Hello, hello, and good morning, good day, good evening to you, wherever you are. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I had to end stream a little bit early yesterday. I wanted to do more things, but I also wanted to do things with my friends. So, yeah, there was a decision to be made, and I made it, and I apologize for that. But anyways, welcome back. We're back to 14, and we're back into patch 6.3. I was going to say with the main story, not entirely. I'll be starting with the Island Sanctuary for a little bit, you know, just chill a bit, ease into it, get ready, get woken up. Didn't sleep that great. But anyways, we'll be doing that first, which is also largely due to the fact that I kind of have to do it. Well, have to. I want to. But in order to get, like, new... What's it called? Materials and whatnot, and to be able to keep up with the new possible workshop schedules and everything, I think it's a good idea to make that, or to do that first, and then we'll be going to the main story. And after that, hopefully I have still quite a bit of time to do a couple of the things that I still wanted to do yesterday. But anyways, let's get into it. I think it's still going to be a great day, and, you know, we'll be doing everything we can here and make sure that we'll be up to date and everything, and so on and so forth. Just have to drink the last sip of my coffee here. Right. So let's leave the good music behind. I should... Well, I'm not entirely sure. You think that it would be good to set up my island music as well? I mean, I could. I guess in theory, is the background, like the standard background music of the island, is that available already as an orchestral roll, I wonder? Oh my god. Well, that's not necessarily whether you want to be graded by. I was going to say, is it going to pull out my umbrella even on my island? But well, it seems like that's the case. There we go. Let me quickly check one thing here. Okay. Looks like the people working on the current workshop agenda haven't done the tomorrow's agenda yet, which is understandable. That always comes out a bit later. Right, so let me see real quick. I went ahead and bought some things yesterday. Since, obviously, I had a lot of Seafarer's calories to spend. There's a bunch of new stuff here. A bunch of new stuff that I like. Apparently, when you level up further, there's going to be more stuff that's going to be available. Apparently, there's like an alligator mount that is only available once you get to the new maximum level, which is 12. I do really, really appreciate, by the way, that they're keeping this updated. I did not necessarily expect that. I mean, they said in the beginning that they were going to do updates like every second patch. So I was already a little bit, you know... Well, not disappointed, but... I just had a fear that they were going to sort of ignore it for a long time, but thankfully they're not doing that. The one thing that I'm slightly, I would say... you know, fearful of is that, although, no, never mind that, disregard that. I think that's not necessarily a problem with the island. You can get a lot of Seafarer's calories, to be fair, right? It's sort of the same with the, well, they're not, in comparison to the Ishgardian Restoration, these things aren't really grindable all that much. But at the same time, it's also not, so the only reason, or the the big reason why I don't like the Unreal trials in their implementation, I like that they exist. I don't like the implementation as such, because restricting them to 2 times a week while also introducing a bunch of different rewards for them just creates this issue of having trouble catching up, right? Because you can never really, I guess, overtake the content again, right? There's always going to be too much stuff for you to get, so, and since you're limited to a certain amount of that currency per week, it's really difficult to catch up. Whereas with everything else, I would say, and with this island specifically, it is somewhat similar in that the Seafarer's Cowries are also, to a degree, gated. Even though there is technically also a grind that you could do, but they're, you know, in a way gated per week through the agenda as well. But the amount of cowries you can get, I would say, far, you know, out, what does it? Well, you can get far more than what you would need for everything that you can buy for them. It's still going to take you a while, but eventually you're going to get there, right? I wouldn't say that the same is true for the Unreal trials, and that's what I don't really like about them. Anyways, though, there is... What is there? So you get a new minion, the sky blue back here. There is the cool new umbrella that has the cute little felicitous furball face on it. And you get a new triple tricard, and you can also get 2 new framers kits for your portrait, which I personally really like. Though I would say, in terms of the portraits, it's still somewhat weird. With those frames, I wish they would have introduced more stuff there. I don't know if it's also that maybe it's not completely updated for me or something. Oh, by the way, that's pretty much it. I think there are a couple new furnishings and stuff. But aside from that, you know, not that much else to spend that on. Right, the frames. So, in terms of the portraits, right, if you go to edit here, there is a bunch of frames, which is cool. It's just that in terms of actual frames that are tied to content, things that you can unlock via quest lines and whatever that you've done, it's still, you know, not nearly enough. There are a bunch of cool ones that you can unlock through Ultimate, but... Oh, oops, I need to be sure not to save. But there is not nearly enough. For some reason, there exists a 4 Lords one. I don't know if that gets unlocked if you do that particular quest line, but since I've done almost everything in the game, right, there should be more portraits here. I don't know. It's cool that we now also have these island ones. But overall, I wish they would just release way more of these things. I realize that it also just takes some time to create them, but you know, when they introduced this thing, I really thought that they were going to go pretty ham on it, especially considering how much stuff, for example, group pose is in it. I don't know why that's not a thing here. And the one thing that I also find somewhat weird is that all of your PvP stuff from the various different seasons, since it always changes the number on it, right, to reflect what kind of season you got that specific rank in. Yeah, it will just list all of them here. So eventually, after like, I don't know, 8, 10, 12, 20 PvP seasons, there's going to be a billion different things here that all look almost identical. I don't know. I get that they wanted to have something kind of exclusive there for PvP to reflect, you know, that you were good in a specific season, but you know, looking at this, I honestly wish they would have just gone with a standard portrait. So whenever you get to gold, it'll always just be a gold PvP frame, and that's it, right? And you don't have to get gold again in another season to get another frame with another number on it. I mean, obviously you don't have to, but it's, I don't know, it's kind of a weird decision to do this, yet not reflect all the progress you can make within the game, right? So you'd think, for example, that for various different side quests there would be things. For the tribal quests, right? Each and every one should have a frame associated with them. For the trial series, right? If Four Lords has one, why isn't there one for the weapons quests from Shadowbringers? I think various stages of the main story should have one, at least 1 or 2 per expansion, right? Sort of as a beginning, and then go from there. And then we have all these other quest lines, right? Let's say the post-Moogle quest line, the new Tutaru quest line. I don't know, right? A billion different other ones that could all have a portrait. Again, they don't need to release all of them at once. I get that it still takes time to design these things. I just find it weird that they're not doing that at all, apparently. Instead of, you know, slowly per patch sort of including new stages of these things. Specifically also, since they're now upgrading the old quests with trusts. So wouldn't it have made sense to, you know, at that point just add a portrait for, you know, going through A Realm Reborn, going through the patch quests of A Realm Reborn, going through Heavensward, right? I mean, that was... I don't know. I just wish that, though, they would, you know, do more stuff with these. And then, yeah, they need to do something about these portraits having to be updated every single time you change your gear. That doesn't really make much sense. Anyways, let's talk to the Felicitous Furball and see what the next vision here is even going to be. You've made superb progress with the hideaway, I must say. Very fine work. I suppose this is good a time as any to teach you the recipe for crafting an iron hatchet. The iron hatchet, you'll be able to acquire new types of materials from the trees around here. You probably could have used one before, it's true, but I wasn't about to suggest it without taking full measure of your character first. Or maybe it just wasn't implemented yet. Other mammoths may be content to be murdered in their sleep, or while awake in many cases, but not I. Which is all to say, mind where you swing that thing. I'll be watching. Crafting a tool will allow you to gather new types of materials from trees. Okay. Wait, so how many new crafting things do we have, actually? Tools? Wait, it doesn't show here, so I can craft that? It should be here, correct? Oh, it's the only one. Huh. And I suppose it'll allow me to get 2 new seeds and 2 more types of produce and 4 more materials, maybe. Okay. Well, anyways, let's craft this thing. Oh, got moved down here. Iron iteration of your very first island tool, heavy in your hand, it promises to be useful in collecting additional materials from designated resources. I know, you whisper back. Okay, oh yeah, the premium stuff, 499. Just very quickly take a look at whether or not I should... Nah, it should be fine. I still wish that the vision would actually tell me anything. I don't know. That's strange. So, how do I find out if there's actually anything new to craft? Or to... Okay, maximum level, maximum level, maximum level. Review. For landmarks build. So essentially, I guess I just have the ability to collect new materials? Huh. Just wondering for a bit what that means. Does he just sell the new stuff? I don't think so, right? Corn, wheat, tomato, onion. Right. These are things that I still have. Let's also buy a couple new ones. So I would just have to go out and gather the new things, I suppose. It doesn't even really tell you. Something about this is not how I expected it would go. So they're giving you a new tool, and as you can see, there are new materials to collect, yet they also sort of don't really point you in any direction whatsoever. No. I should actually manage my minions a bit. I think I'm going to do that in a second. Anyways, I guess let's just fly to a couple of trees. So it said trees, correct? So I presume that it doesn't really matter. I just go up to a bunch of different trees and... Ah, there we go. Coconut. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to just grab this stuff. Because that way... Beehive chip. That way it'll also be available via the granary expeditions, right? You found it once? Beehive chip. The coconut is just a normal material? Not a produce kind of deal? Alright. Okay. So the palm trees give coconuts. That's this one. And then the other tree I just hit was this one, right? This gives beehive chips now. Alright. This is a different tree as well. Resin. Okay. Cool. Are these still the same though? Just makes me wonder, so this is resin. Oh, there's another type of tree. I'm just wondering where would get new seeds from. Wood opal. What the fuck? That seems somewhat unlikely. This opal was once a shard of petrified wood, proving that you Proving that you can become anything you set your mind to, so long as you have dedication and millions of years at your disposal. Oh, so I guess this is supposed to be tree resin 2. Just blue one. Okay. There should be one more type of tree then, correct? What is this one? I'm trying to remember which one it might have been. new animals and stuff, but I think in terms of animals, we did get new rare ones that you can catch, but they're not actually dropping new things, I guess. That's fine then. I still need to, yeah, at some point actually look for the rare ones. I wonder if they're at some point going to change the layout and or the stuff that is on the island, because, well, now what they're doing is just adding items to the things you could already collect, right? But I'd imagine that at some point they're going to add, I don't know, like caves and maybe other things as well. Then again, maybe not. It depends. I wish, you know, personally, I think that I would just like this sort of your home area to increase, right? I would like a bigger pasture, honestly. Since now, with the new animals they've introduced, the one that we have is actually pretty small. Same for the produce. I wish that you could, since the third stage of your fields is essentially 2 fields next to each other, I wish that they would sort of retroactively make it so that you could build field 1 and 2 to be 2 fields as well. I do realize that at this point that doesn't really make that much sense, because you can't even use all that stuff that you are producing there. I mean, I guess I could export it for the other cowrie stuff, for the green things. But that also goes back to the way they're now, or the way they've done the what are they called? The landmarks right now. Well, honestly, it's not that easy to really think about a reason to have them, or rather some sort of way that you could use them or engage with them, right? I don't know what they could do there, to be perfectly honest, because currently they're literally just a building that looks cool. I don't know. I think the core problem there is, right? Technically, for example, housing is also just stuff that looks cool. Difference there being, it looks cool in a way that you want, right? So housing works in a way where you can customize everything to a very large degree, right? So you are going to be able to place things however you want, and you can choose from, well, at this point, honestly, a lot of different furnitures and stuff. So that inherently has that added thing of being able to do very individual and customized things. Whereas on the island, you're incredibly limited in comparison, since the landmarks can only really go to 4 different places, and the only thing that you can do in order to quote-unquote customize your island is to choose where one of them goes. Well, in theory, we also have more landmarks than there are places currently, so that gives you a tiny bit of another, customization thing, but then it doesn't even do anything. So there is the Otter's Fountain, for example, that is also a somewhat special crafting recipe. So in terms of an idea, or in terms of how that works, I think it's cool, right? It's neat. It's a bit of a unique thing, certainly. But it doesn't give you anything besides looking cute. And I think, I don't know, I feel like there should be more to it. I do recognize that they probably didn't want to make the auto fountain to be something that you have to have on your island, because what they could have done, obviously, is that it somehow would add, let's say, one groove every week as when you're starting out, because it's like a special landmark. I don't think they probably didn't want to do that, because that way they would force everybody to have that on their island. Which, yeah, certainly kind of goes against the idea of being able to customize it, or, you know, if you're forced to have one specific thing there, then Either way, the way it's currently implemented is just very, very limited. I also think that, well, I do recognize that this is going to be expanded in the future, but maybe depending on the landmarks that you have, there could be different, let's say, different ways in which you could expand your island. So, well, I don't know, maybe they fear that they would also force people into a very specific direction with that, since, well, I think at this point a lot of people are trying to min-max, or I'm saying a lot of people, but there's certainly a group of people that is trying to min-max this in a way where you can just get the most amount of Seafarer's calories per week, right? And that also makes sense, and since it's the only really thing you can do here, right, weekly. Once you've gotten to the max level, once you've built everything, then, well, what's left? You can get as many Seafarer calories as you want per week, and then spend them on cool stuff, I guess. And what I was thinking of is that maybe, depending on the landmarks that you have on your island, for example, you could be allowed to increase the size of your pasture, or increase the size of your workshop or granary, or what have you, right? So maybe each landmark, let's say, would come with one additional upgrade stage for another piece of the island. Although I do recognize that, well, but still, I mean, I think there are certainly people that, for example, might be more into collecting the rare animals and don't really care about the workshop or about acquiring everything there is to get from the Seafarer's calories and whatnot. So they could in turn just increase the size of the pasture, whereas maybe the people that want to, you know, deal more with the workshop would build that specific landmark, right? I think, since this is not supposed to be housing, and they said so multiple times, and I agree with that. I don't think that this should be completely customizable, or it should be, you know, you should be allowed to build anything anywhere or something. I think it's fine the way it is, but I do think that over the long run, this is going to need multiple different sort of paths for you to choose in terms of how you're going to upgrade things. And we do already have a couple of different options there. Again, as I said, right, the people that are going to care about their animals could increase the size of the pasture, but you have to choose. I think that would be interesting. Obviously, with the option to rebuild it if you want to. Just with the landmarks, right, you can always change them around, which is fine. So you should always have the freedom of being able to do whatever if you want to do that, but it obviously should take some time to recreate it and stuff. But I think that would be neat over the long run to be able to customize it that way. So the people that are very interested in catching the rare animals, you know, they can do so. The people that are interested in growing crops for whatever reason, they can do that. Maybe there is even an option to get an additional landmark, but, you know, you would give up the bigger size of your pasture, for example. So you have to choose, do I do that or not? Same with the, granary and the... So maybe you could upgrade your granary further so that you don't have to collect materials yourself, but you may be giving up additional resources for the workshop, right? So people can choose, oh, do I want to have the granary to make things sort of passive for me so that I don't have to collect stuff myself, but in turn I don't get that many seafarer cowries. And the people that actively want to play, that actively want to grab the materials themselves, can then upgrade the workshop instead, right? That's sort of what I'm thinking about. And then maybe there would even be an option to display more minions on the island. So people that are not interested in seafarer cowries at all, or already have all the stuff they wanted to get, could then choose to just display more minions, right? Or display something else that they want to display. I think that would be a neat way of adding customization to the whole island thing without having to add housing like customization, right? So instead of it being customization in how the island looks per se, although obviously it does also correspond with looks, but I think it would be cool to have customization more in regards to what you want the island or what you want to use the island for, something like that, right? Anyways, let me look up the... There we go. 6.3 island new materials. Let's see if I can find something. I wish it just... should have just Googled the Reddit page right away. Checklist. Why is there no new... You know what? Let me just try and look that up on the Discord. There should hopefully just be... Why is there no new... Ah, there we go. So I'm missing multicolored isle blooms. We apparently have 3 new animals. Multicolored isle blooms. So where the heck do I get that from? Because it has to be gatherable looking at the material things. Why is there no new... What the hell? Ah, there we go. Okay. Alright, so the 2 new seats you can only buy once I reach rank 11. Well, that's fine then. Isle bloom, multicolored flowers. That requires flying. I should be able to get them. So they're where exactly? 21? Oh, up here? No. Why does it say 20, 21, 29? Oh, no, 20... No, 21. Over here. Oh, I'm right next to it. This is stuff that I'm not always a fan of. So they tell you, oh, hey, by the way, oh, is this new? I think this is new. They tell you, hey, by the way, with your new hatchet thing, you can, go up to trees and collect new materials, but they kind of fail to mention that apparently there are new flowers to collect too. That's strange, but alright. Are these only available here and only have 3 stacks? Or 3 things? Because if so, that would be quite weird. Since you'd have to come back here every single time, right? You would have to collect something else first, and then... Yeah, that's a strange thing. Well, at least I have everything here now for the time being. I don't know what they're going to be used for. As soon as I, realize what that might be, I can go back. These 2 I can only get on rank 11. So, that's fine. Cool. I think that means that I'm done here for the time. Yeah, in terms of the landmarks, I don't know, man. They look pretty awesome, but it really sucks that you can't really do much with them. See, wouldn't it be great if, for example, that windmill could be changed to a landmark that does something to the pasture, and vice versa, the windmill might be doing something to the crops. Even if it's just slightly increasing the amount that you get or something. I don't know. Because they also look pretty cool. A lot of these landmarks are, in terms of their design, they're pretty great. It's just that they don't do anything whatsoever. Okay, wait, can you actually sit in these? I never tried that. Ah, you can. Cool. I'm gonna take a very quick break, because I need to get to the toilet. Enjoy the island music, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Oh, whoopsie. Completely forgot that I'm sitting in this thing. Alright, one thing that I did want to update, maybe there it is. Right, so I set this, when I first got the ability to do so, right? Which is why there are 4 sections that have 10 minions each, and then a bunch of them have 0, because I set that at a point where the other sections just hadn't been built yet. But let's do this and set them new. Let's see, I don't even know, honestly. The cropland shouldn't even really have that many minions, right? Same with the pasture. As funny as it looks to have a couple of minions in there, I think it's also a bit weird, right? So let's start with this. So that's the central bit here. That should probably have minions. Let's see, like the fat cat, for example. Yeah. So minions that... Wait. Oh, no, never mind. That's the beach. Oops. Yeah, Hideaway Central. That's where I want to have the fat cat. So that's where minions that would be regarded as proper pets should be, right? Oh yeah, the cute dwarf rabbit, for example, that could go into... That could actually be where the crops are. I don't think you typically want a cute rabbit where the crops are, but I think that's honestly pretty neat. Yeah, maybe you should do that. So, let's see. The Chocobo, Heavy Hatchling. The Castaway Chocobo chick should definitely go to the beach area, right? Just fits too well. There we go. And then, let's see, what else? Honestly, it's funny. Think about that there are 40 minions that you can set to your island. It sounds like a lot, but I have 319, and I don't even collect minions per se, right? So there are way more in the game. Tiny tortoise, that would also fit on the beach, right? The black curl definitely needs to be here. Curl kitten, well, I don't... There we go. I don't only want to have cats either. Baby raptor, baby bat. Tiny bulb. Oop. A second. There we go. Just real quick answer this message. God, this is difficult to choose from. Okay, the parrot. Since it's an island getaway, right? The parrot should definitely be somewhere. Let's see. That's the peak up there. East Heights Overlook. North. Let's put the parrot up north. Wind up Rudy. I mean, he's pretty cute. Does he fit the island though? Because he's Christmas themed. Same with the small Yeti. I mean, the island isn't really wintry, right? So... This is honestly way more difficult than I thought it would be. Slime, Gobua, the wolf pup. Let's put that central. There we go. Succubus. Yeah, minions like that don't really fit the island all that well. I think the Gale Kitten needs to go somewhere though. Let's see, maybe on the peak? Where would a bat-like Gale Kitten be typically? Yeah, let's put it east, because that's technically close to the cave that you have to go through to get to the main part of the island sanctuary, so... You know what? A butterfly? Yeah, that could work with the crops too. Although let's put it all the way in the back. There we go. Brachiosaurus. This guy could go into the pasture. Yeah, sure. Let's put it in the middle. There we go. Probably still looks kind of weird, you know, close to all the big animals. To have a small minion like this just be there, but it's fine. Wind up Matanga. Bacon bits. I could also put him central. Dalno calf. Would also fit into the pasture, but yeah. Do I want to do that though? Let's maybe go through the obvious ones first, I suppose. The ones that are very easy to place. The Nutkin definitely needs to go somewhere. Nutkin, let's put that maybe to the heights. There we go. Small little Nutkin over there. Rabbit, fox, Torajiro. You definitely need to go central. Guessing I'm gonna have most of them here. The koala, you can go. To the peak. I feel like they might not fit with the specific monuments that I've placed there, or landmarks rather. But anyways. Head chocolate. Honestly, you go to the cropland. There we go. There are more animals that fit there than I thought there would be. Oh yeah, the cute little seal. You go to the beach. Seal goes to the beach. And you go to... Let's keep it at one order. Duckbill, you can go there too, and then also maybe Major General. There we go. How many are there? 5. All right, that's fine. The Bluebird. Bluebird can go to the Overlook. Nobody there yet. Sewer Skink. Do I want to put Scree somewhere? Oh, the Naxian cat, you know. That one goes to the peak. Cats always like to be high up. Ugly Duckling. Aw, the Shoebill. That one needs to be here too. Put him here. There we go. And obviously a Namazu needs to be here. Where would a Namazu be? The problem is the beach already has 5. Central does not, but I might want to put, you know, other things central. Let's put the Namazu here. There we go. This guy's also pretty cute. See, I already have 21 minions here. I'm constantly finding new ones. Silhouette Dasher. And let's see. east. Let's put him here. That way the Nutkin's not all alone. Ooh, the hawk can go north. Next to Shubo. Yeah, that fits. What else? Dragon... The sparrow can probably go to the croplands too. Where was the butterfly? There we go. Let's put him, you know, to the front. It's easier to see. The duckling can go... Here, maybe next to the Namazu. Yeah, that fits. And then there was one other one. Yeah, this guy. Should I put him on the beach too? Sure. But I think I won't... I don't want to have more than 6 at the beach. Don't want to have this be too one-sided towards one specific area. Even though it obviously makes more sense to be there, but... the Byakko Cup could also be central, correct? Yeah, there we go. Okay. These are all character minions. I don't really want to place them here. Alpha, as cute as he is, he technically roams the world, right? So I don't want him to be permanently on the island. And Kido could technically go into the pasture. You know what? Let's do that. Just to have a couple more in the pasture as well. Well, he's there. He's here regardless, so... And the magic broom I wanted to have in the central here. To have something that cleans up the area. Okay. Piggy, Chibanyan, all the weird little yokai watch guys. Poogie. You know what? You're going into the last bit of the pasture. There we go. My cute little Palico could also be here. Let's see. Let's put him east. Yeah, sure. There we go. All right, we actually do have 9 more places that I can fill. Do you want to put the chocobo anywhere? A couple of these would honestly fit the pasture somewhat well. The problem is in the pasture, they are somewhat, you know, difficult to see between all the big animals. So, I don't know. Tiny tortoise. Let's put you on the beach. I'm sorry, but... yeah. Beach just is going to be heavily focused here. I do want to get a couple more onto these places, though. Maybe the dodo could go there. Yeah, let's put the dodo on the... Ah, this already has 3 birds. Overlook. Let's put him here. Dodo. There we go. Super hatchling. Is there maybe something else that isn't only a cute animal that would also fit? You know what? Let's put him to the cropland. Here. That fits. Pegasus. The baby Brachiosaur. mean, he's very cute. Question just being, does a dinosaur fit with the rest of the stuff? Yeah, the bacon bits definitely needs to go somewhere. Let's put him onto East Peak. Yeah, let's put him to the peak, sure. 5 more. Bullpup. You know what? The bullpup's gonna go central too. If I have 7 on the beach, I'm gonna have 7 central. And dinosaur, maybe the Dalmal as well? Let's put the Dalmal. Does this fit? Nah, I don't think so. I feel like I'm overthinking this way too much. See, that's definitely one of those customization options I think that they should have thought about a bit more, though. I think it would be awesome to have landmarks that correspond to specific minions as well. Because now I would say that minions that represent either pets or just small versions of animals, you know, things like that, or insects even, like the butterfly, they fit, right? Minions that are based on bosses, NPCs, that kind of deal, I would say don't really go that well with the island. I mean, sure, you can do that, don't get me wrong. If you like an NPC a lot, you can obviously have their minion here, but what I'm talking about is just that I wish there would be landmarks that sort of fit with that idea in a better way, right? Where maybe... maybe you could have a bit of an arena, for example, right? A landmark that sort of represents an arena, and you could place, you know, bosses in there. Wouldn't that be funny? Right? Just in terms of customization, I think that would kind of fit more. Because then the people, let's say, well, I also do ultimate content and whatnot, but the people that are more into that stuff, right? Ultimates, what have you. They could customize their island to be that. And then maybe they would even, you know, once the arena is active, maybe it would display sort of certain mechanics or something, right? Just a little bit, nothing too fancy, but just to represent what you yourself are kind of about, right? And what you like to see. Let's put another bat here, next to here. There we go. I think that would be pretty neat. It's just sort of playing around with the customization options that are already there, right? Oh yeah, the Mama Shiba. Let's put this guy. Let's maybe not put all the pets central. Since the peak has a cat, let's put him there too. Sure. 2 more. Alright, that shouldn't be too difficult. You know what? The Serpent of Ronka definitely needs to go somewhere. Let's put it also here, close to the cave. And then... let's see, maybe this guy... The hippo should go to the, what's it called? The spa? Not the spa, the hot tub type thing. I don't know where I'd put that, though. Guido would also fit very well. Where the other order? Where would the one with the lamp go, though? God, this is difficult. Let's not overthink this too much. Guido was here previously, but... Let's put this guy somewhere. Bomboko. What's still missing stuff? These two. Yeah, let's put him here. I think it fits with the other ones. Alright, there we go. I think that works. So, yeah, now they're running around here again. Yeah, the whole minion bit, as cute as they are running around here, right? I almost feel like their behavior should be adjusted somewhat. Instead of just being, I don't know, out here. Wouldn't it make more sense for the cat, for example, to be inside of the buildings? I mean, technically these are workshops, so maybe that would be somewhat dangerous for, you know, the little minions, but... Yeah, honestly, that is something they could definitely work on quite a bit in terms of the minions. The idea of being able to display your minions here and actually do something with them is pretty cool, but I wish that they would... I mean, wouldn't it be great to build like a cat tower? But not as a landmark, but rather sort of a small... I think they should add maybe small landmarks? Something like that? You know, let's say you could put like a small thing here and maybe another small thing, I don't know, over there somewhere or between the workshops. And it would allow you to place minions specifically in those places so that you could have, let's say, a cat tower that you could place cat minions into, or sort of a dog, I don't know, place that has dog play tools and whatnot in it, right? Wouldn't that be great? I feel like that would work really, really well. Give me 1 second here. Just had to adjust my controller somewhat. Yeah. There's definitely a ton of potential still that they're just not really realizing, I feel like. Okay, anyways, let's do what I actually came here to do. Or not here, but... let's continue with the main story, finally. Am I the only one who is always thinking about that GIF with Emmett Selk dancing whenever this theme plays? A lot of people probably, right? And as always, the one big advantage you have whenever you're doing the main quest not right away is that, you know, most of the people are gone. Which I do appreciate a bit more. As cool as it always is to see everybody sort of standing and gathering around the NPCs, it can also be somewhat distracting and feel a bit unrealistic, considering that you're supposed to be the hero here, and not everybody else. So, eh. Alrighty. There we go. Once more unto the void. I Well, I don't really want to read through all the text, but maybe before we start. Since I did that yesterday for the Alliance raid quest, I feel like it'll make sense. Holy shit, take a look at how many quests there are. Wow, that's been 2 patches. We're still getting 3 more. I mean, including this one. Buried memory. With your aid, Varshan has finished showing Ratzatan to Zero. Your task accomplished, you go to rejoin the others back at Megaduta. In return for learning about Ratzatan, Zero tells you of the events that saw darkness engulf the 13th, the Contra Memoria. Yeah, that's where we left off. Light once filled the world and all was at peace, but as they did elsewhere, the Ascians came and sowed the seeds of darkness, teaching men how to summon eidolons, beings like unto primals. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared, men and women blessed with the power to bind the eidolons in crystal. And though these heroes succeeded in restoring the peace, in time they too were seduced by the darkness they had defeated. With their tainted gifts, they transformed men into monsters, Voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars. Zero and her mother were among the token few who defied temptation and held fast to the light. But in the end, the enemy proved too strong, and the world fell to ruin. In that moment, Zero was cast into the rift, and so was spared the fate of becoming a Voidsent in full. At the end of her tale, Zero declares her world lost, but through an explanation of the source and its reflections, Ishtola reveals to her that there is yet hope for the 13th. While Zero declares she has no desire to save it, she agrees to continue helping you in your quest to find Ashtaya, provided her price is paid. The demanded deposit, a single apple. Your journey into the void has led to the most fortuitous of encounters, for only with Zero's aid were you able to defeat the Voidsent that barred your path. That she will remain at your side for the coming search gives you hope that you will succeed in rescuing Vitra's sister. Nevertheless, Golbus and his remaining minions will surely seek to bar your way, and you steel yourself for the trials to come. Yeah, that is definitely where we left off, but maybe in terms of recapping everything that we did. So the cool thing was we entered that void space, like Zero's domain, I think it was called. And she, you know, being sort of a nice character, I guess, even though she is partially Voidsent, she had a domain that allowed the weaker Voidsent to go somewhere, because the way Voidsent work in the 13th, because of the way it's now structured since light was lost and everything, and even the Ascians kind of fucked up the place, right? Instead of rejoining it. Voidsent typically eat each other, and that means that the weaker ones live in constant fear of being eaten. But they can also be reborn, since whenever a Voidsent is destroyed, it's sort of it splits apart again into the different pieces it ate at one point. So it's not like you get eaten once and you're dead permanently, but rather, you know, you live in this constant fear of being eaten, and I guess somehow being released again, being eaten again, which is not great. But Zero had this domain, or has this domain, where these Voidsent can go and at least somewhat feel at peace, right? And then Barbaricia came, tried to fuck it up, and we killed her. Golbus has 2 more of those elemental beings, whatever they are, you know, kind of like Barbaricia at his disposal. So I suppose those are going to come into play. We still have no real idea of what Golbus is even doing. We did see, however, since we're looking for Ashtaya, the dragon sister of Vitra, and the other from the first brood, obviously, Golbus captured her, and I think he allowed those 4, you know, powerful Voidsent, these elemental Voidsent that he kind of reigns over, or is their boss of. He allowed them to feed on Ashtaya's ether, I think. As far as we know, he didn't fully consume Ashtaya, though. I think we saw that she's still alive, but Golbus is keeping her essentially imprisoned. And we don't really know why. We don't really know what Golbus is trying to accomplish, why he does these things. He seems to have sort of a high goal. He doesn't even necessarily seem to be entirely evil or anything, because it seems, or some of the stuff that he said seemed to go into a direction of him wanting to, well, bring the 13th back too, right? Maybe not in the way that we want to do it, but it seemed like he also wanted to at least somewhat overcome this, I don't know, depressive state the 13th is in currently. But yeah, we don't really know what his endgame is. What he himself wants to do, we don't even really know where he comes from and what he is made out of, right? So I'm certain that a lot of reveals are going to be happening in that regard. It's also going to be interesting who we're going to be fighting this time around. And then what will happen to Zero, because she seemed to be very happy to see our world and to realize that there is still more to be seen beyond the 13th, and also that she can consume ether here just via eating stuff like normal crops and things, right? Apple and the like, without having to resort to eating each other. But, you know, as with the rest of it, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what they'll do with Zero. Anyways, that's where we left off. We left off on a bit of a high note, actually, with Zero realizing that she can be happy here. Which arguably is somewhat interesting since, well... What we're doing right now with possibly rescuing or, you know, returning the 13th to an actually, you know, proper livable state. It is interesting because we wouldn't necessarily have to do that, right? I mean, to be fair though, Ashdaya is the problem here, right? Anyways, we'll see what they'll do. We'll see what's up here. Let's start with the main story of patch 6.3. Rashawn, what's up?
As always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. You will recall that, in exchange for ether, she agreed to aid us in our search for my sister. At Ishtola's suggestion, I began providing said ether in the form of food. Zero has found the arrangement to be agreeable and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If you and the others are ready as well, I would set forth for the Void once more. Excellent. I shall inform Ishtola and Destinian, and then go to collect my other vessel from the alchemists. In the meantime, might I ask you to fetch Zero? She was absent when I visited her chambers earlier. I suspect you will find her in the corridor connecting Yuj and Kama. It seems she's grown partial to the view of the city it affords. Once we have attended to our respective tasks, let us gather here.
Okay. Are we really just gonna go into the Void right away? It's gonna be very interesting. Wait, is she... Where is she? On the bridge or below that? Could be either or. I'm guessing she might be on the bridge. I mean, that would be a view. I'm gonna try the bridge. Yeah. I mean, doesn't that make sense? I'm guessing Zero likes watching the happenings and going-ons in Ratzatan. This the right way? Should be, right? Yeah, okay. It doesn't show that she's below me anymore, so she has to be on the bridge. Otherwise, the arrow would still be there. Have I ever talked about these lanterns? They look pretty crazy. Very cool design. Almost a bit... I was going to say over-engineered. It's not really over-engineered, but rather a bit too ornamental for a simple street lamp. But, well. Hey, aren't you wondering about her? Excellent news! Trade has resumed. The merchants from all over are once again passing through the city, peddling their wares. Our town finally feels a touch more vibrant. That's true. I still... Okay. The one thing that I'm actually wondering the most about the graphical update in 7.0, the things that they've shown to us, right? Or the... Well, it wasn't really what they were going to do. Rather more of a, hey, here's what we kind of think we want to go for, right? Whether or not that's what it ends up being is an entirely different question, obviously. But what they had shown, right, is not only obviously a graphical update or something that just adds, you know, let's say better resolution textures or something. They also wanted to increase object density in scenes, right, in places, which means, for example, more crates or increasing sort of the polygon count on a set of stairs, right? Which makes me wonder, and I do hope that they'll be going for that too, is to just make places like cities feel more vibrant and just place way more NPCs around the scene, right? Just people going back and forth, maybe groups of NPCs standing around. They don't have to be clickable. They don't even have to have, you know, speech bubbles or anything. But I do hope that they'll increase just overall population density, I think. Because as cool as it is to see actual players move through the space, I do think that most cities in particular are just a touch empty most of the time. And it doesn't really feel like a proper city with, you know, workers going around the place and people, you know, being in restaurants and stuff like that. Restaurants in general, I think a lot of them should get a lot more tables and stuff. I really, really hope that they're, instead of, you know, just placing random objects somewhere, I really hope that they'll be just making stuff feel more lived in comparison to what it is now. But I guess we'll see what they'll do in 7.0. I honestly wonder how they're going to preview that. But anyways.
Everyone is so carefree. Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness, and how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant. Such luxuries are lost to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger.
It is honestly really sad, you know, now that I'm thinking about that again. Well, I think what's so sad about it, even though obviously we can't really empathize with the specific situation of Zero, I think it's almost akin to what a real person in our world would feel when they're in, let's say, a war zone, right? Which is obviously a very current topic, or has always been a current topic, honestly, throughout most of our history. But yeah, even though obviously the circumstances are very, very different here in game, I think it's very similar to that in terms of the, I guess, general feeling you'd have.
Others are a means to an end, at times a literal one. We forge covenants with men and come here to feed, or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void-sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why.
It is so... Xenos is... Well, at least as far as we know, he is dead now. And yet they do bring him up again. Which is an angle I didn't even really think about before starting the quest. But yeah, maybe there's gonna be more to him. There had to have been a reason why she got summoned in by him specifically. Also, a tiny other thing that I wanted to mention is I think it's pretty great. When we got here the first time with the narration of Emmett Sulk, they kind of showed us how Ratzadhan looked, you know, originally, and then how it looked while the final, or shortly before the final days were happening, right? So there was clearly already a big issue going on, and I liked that. I liked how they showed in that introductory cutscene to Ratzadhan how they compared those two states of the city, right? One very, very vibrant, and the other one kind of empty and almost haunting, right? And I think, even though it's maybe not actually intended, but seeing the place be vibrant again and having those same or somewhat similar camera shots going on with the people moving about the city, I thought is definitely a great touch and a cool callback to that first introduction to the city that you get.
What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end? But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it.
True.
Why are you here? Was there something you needed?
If he stays dead, that is.
So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
To be perfectly honest, this does make me almost sad, because I feel like we're almost forcing her into something that she doesn't really want to be a part of anymore. I mean, I think if it were completely up to her... I mean, obviously she must feel very thankful for us even bringing her here, right? Which is honestly a very, very big thing, right? And something that I think she's kind of right in, you know, not just taking that opportunity and not giving anything back. Yet at the same time, well, it just feels like she could have such a great life here, right? And honestly, just forgetting entirely about where she comes from. But now we're sort of pushing her back into that. Then again, at the same time, you also have to realize that she is probably our only real way of having a chance of redeeming the 13th. So while it would be great for her to have just a calm, normal life here, I also think that, well, we're not always at liberty to get that, right? She is in a very, very unique position where only she can really help us. And so, yeah, as much as it pains me to force her into this instead of just leaving her be, well, what other choice do we have, right? And you do have to think about how many lives will potentially change and or save by entering the void again and being able to potentially redeem that world, right? Hey, Stola. I've been at the great work discussing our experiences in the void with the alchemists. Though they found much of it surprising, they were especially shocked to learn that darkness prevents souls from finding rest. If you're ready to get back to it, so am I. Estinian just, let's do this. So much ether. Can't remember the last time I felt such fullness. I could get used to this. And, there's definitely still a little, thought in the back of my mind that maybe Zero is not going to be a permanent character and we might have to witness her. I don't want to say death, but yeah, who knows, right?
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
Are they gonna teleport us there right away, or
What is it?
fuck is happening?
He's calling.
Wait.
What is the meaning of this?
Wait, what? You are him?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
I fear that's not a good thing.
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable.
Unless a piece of her that had been consumed by one of the other elemental things that we saw is here now?
Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
Yeah, I don't think so. Unfortunately.
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
So that's why we're going back to Garlemald. I was wondering.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any. My apologies, Zero, but your return to the void will have to wait.
Yeah, I think she's going to be happy about that, to be honest.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return?
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
That's such a kind of a funny little way of saying that, right?
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well.
I mean, yeah, sure, as we know, that's her whole deal, being a Voidsent. So it makes sense that she would, you know, say it that way, but it's still funny to me how it's, oh yeah, you're feeding me, so I'm gonna help you. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Could be two things. Either they somehow, you know, put Ashdaya through some sort of portal into the source briefly to bait us, or alternatively, which is, I think, way more likely, is that one of those things that fed on Ashdaya's ether came through either briefly or is still here in hiding. Because I think, you know, wouldn't Vitra be able to feel that as well? Wasn't that also what Nidhogg could do? Weren't they able to at least somewhat sense, because that's what happened during the Dragon Song War, is that a lot of people fed on dragon's blood and became dragons themselves, and they could sort of feel their presence as well, because it was their own blood, correct?
Very well. We would welcome your company.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald. It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust? Understood. We'll see you there. We're to rendezvous at Tertium. We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
Wouldn't she also know Garlemald, at least to an extent?
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
You know, having seen it through Xenos' eyes? I almost forgot that we're getting the patch titles now as well. As, you know, what's it called? As title screens, I mean. Alright. I'm sorry, but give me one more second. I do, you know, need to put away the coffee, if you know what I mean. Be right back. Alrighty, there we go. Had to grab a little snack as well, because honestly I was pretty, pretty hungry still. Haven't really eaten today. Sister, was it really you? We have no reason to doubt Vitra. Let us depart for Garlemald as soon as possible. Honestly, well, through the live letters and patch notes and what have you, right, and knowing what dungeon we were going to go to and seeing the trailer and everything, obviously I knew that we were going to go to Garlemald. I did not, however, anticipate that it was because Roshan/Vitra sensed Ashdaya being here. That's certainly unexpected. And I do like, as much as I did like our forays into the 13th, they were pretty extensive in the last couple of patches, so I do appreciate them, you know, not only letting us go there again, right? Because they would have had to come up with a really, really interesting sort of hook. Because, in all honesty, as cool as the Void is thematically and from a perspective of what it can, what it means for the story going forward and what we could potentially change there, I think that you know, just being there isn't necessarily the most interesting thing ever. So that was a dragon's roar. Quite a trick, imbuing one's voice with ether. Oh. Wait, was it ever explained to us that that's what they're doing? And that's why their call is so powerful? Interesting. Thanks for the lore tidbit there. A cold reunion. By all accounts, Ashtaya is Golbus' prisoner, yet if she was in the source, it could be that she managed to escape from the void, if only for a fleeting moment. But that is mere conjecture. How would he say that? That is mere conjecture. If we want the truth, then we must go and find it. Come, let's make for Tertium. Friends are waiting. I'm still always surprised that they're just teleporting us to places now. And that's very much appreciated. By the way, they did retroactively introduce that to the story. When I went through A Realm Reborn on my alt, they do that quite a number of times now too, where they just teleport you to places without you having to go back there. And then, well, one thing they introduced quite a while ago, I think, is that there are teleport tickets to Vespa Bay, to the, I was gonna say the Rising Sands. Shit, what are they called again? Not the Rising Stones, that's in Mordona. The Waking Sands, right? Yeah, the Waking Sands, you get teleport tickets there. And the funny thing is, you get way more than you'd ever need. So only, which is crazy to think about, right? And honestly, something that is very, very interesting from sort of a perception point of view. Sure, you're going back there quite a number of times, don't get me wrong, right? And yes, back before they, you know, redid the quests, I think you had to go back there a couple more times to turn in items or some such. But overall, the amount of times you return to the Waking Sands isn't even that great. Like at this point, it's only about, I think, maybe 8 to 10 times, which considering that you're literally doing, you know, 200 quests over the entirety of A Realm Reborn really isn't that much at all, right? I think you're returning to the Rising Stones way more often, but that's also in Mordona and has an ether right next to it, right? So the only reason for why the Waking Sands is a bit of a weird thing, or was a bit of a weird thing back in the day, is because you had to go there, right? And, you know, you didn't have flying, you didn't even have, you know, when did they introduce the higher mount speed? I think that was in Stormblood. Yeah, that was with the beginning of Stormblood. They introduced those riding maps. So back in Heavensward, when I was going through the main story, your mount speed was also quite a bit slower than it is now. So yeah, it did take longer, is the point. But nowadays, you really don't return there that often anymore at all. I mean, obviously, the meme's gonna remain, I guess, but yeah, just wanted to mention, from the, I don't know how many there are, I think 20 teleport tickets maybe, or even, maybe it's only even 15 or something, that you get throughout the main story to return to Vespa Bay. You only need about half of them. I don't know why the other ones exist, to be entirely honest. But sure, I guess, why not have them, right? The whole thing with the teleport tickets is weird anyways, because for some reason we also have teleport tickets that exist that bring you back to the Grand Company you're associated with. For whatever reason, even though those are in main cities, and well, they do have some quests initially for you, but not that many. And the teleport tickets are way too expensive to warrant buying them. I mean, they don't cost gil, they cost, I think, seals for your Grand Company, but yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing that they exist in general, but sure. 1 second here. I'm sorry about that, but I am getting a couple of messages that I do need to answer. I trust you know the associates who will be joining us. Hopefully they have been keeping well. I like how Y'shtola also switched back to her winter outfit real quick. Just because we're here. People live in such places, do they? Not that I would presume to know their preferences, but it seems uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, this certainly wasn't their first choice in terms of living quarters. I thought to depart from Ratzatan sooner, but Y'shtola insisted I bring one close. This vessel does not feel cold as such, but she reminded me that so long as I am Varshan, it would be prudent to not appear overly conspicuous. True. Once again, greatly appreciated that they even think about that stuff, right? I mean, it doesn't even necessarily need to be communicated. It would have been perfectly fine to just have him be in a winter outfit and never mentioning it. But since these are optional conversations anyways, right? Why not specifically point out, hey, you know, I don't really feel cold, but it makes sense to put it on to seem more like a real person. There we go. Can I eat my toast now while we're having a hopefully voice acted cutscene?
Any moment now.
There we go.
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
Anthony!
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
We have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead. They've taken steps towards forming an interim government, but it will be some time before any large-scale reconstruction effort can be carried out in earnest.
You know, as somebody who's very politically interested, right? I like a lot that every single time there is significant change anywhere, they actually do tell us and show us as well the sort of political change that we're bringing to places, right? It was a big thing in Yulmore, for example, in 5.1. It was a thing, well, definitely throughout Stormblood, because we changed the political circumstances of both Alamigo and the Far East and Othard. And then retroactively, we've also seen a bunch of change happen in Ishgard and all the problems that arose there, which was also greatly appreciated that was specifically something they incorporated into the role quests in Endwalker. As much as I think the role quest implementation in Endwalker was quite a bit weaker than it was in Shadowbringers, well, the Ishgardian one was definitely one of the highlights in that regard. Not that the other ones were bad. I don't think they were bad at all. It's just that well, first of all, Shadowbringer set a very high standard for the role quests, but then also I thought that, you know, it did feel a bit like they had some trouble integrating the idea of the dynamis beasts that we encountered throughout Endwalker and throughout the final days, and, you know, connecting that with backstories and I guess revelations and the remaining circumstances to a lot of places in the role quest in Endwalker. I thought that it was a pretty cool concept, but I think it needed a bit more setup. The reason why the Shadowbringers role quests worked so brilliantly was that they were about the Warriors of Darkness, which we had obviously met even all the way back in Heavenswood, right? And it was also very closely interconnected with the main story, since Artbird was there throughout the main story with us. The Endwalker role quests, I guess, were a bit more side questy in that regard. Anyways, I always appreciate them coming back to the political stuff. The one thing that I did want to mention here, though, is that as cool as it is to always know about the changes that are coming to places, or the changes that are mentioned whenever we do get political, or whenever we do, you know, talk about what the people of any given place want to do with their newfound freedom. At the same time, I wish, but I also realize that it being an MMO, it's very problematic to show actual change, right? Which is even more, you know, important here, since Garlemald is literally a destroyed city that has more or less seen a civil war, right? And I wish that over the course of the next, you know, 10 years of this game existing, we would see actual change to the place and it becoming a proper city again, with people living in it, and us being able to go there and meet people and do side quests and maybe even main quests. But I also realize that it's very, very difficult to implement that, because they have to keep the zone more or less the same for the people that are still going through the story, right? So it's always a bit of a big trade-off there. And looking back at all the places we have already changed, they're always implementing, you know, the way Author is implemented, the way Alamigo is implemented. They do keep in mind that they have to later on still make the place make sense with the new circumstances surrounding it. And I think they're doing a great job at that. But I definitely also feel like we're lacking, you know, sort of this permanent change that you'd associate with the major changes that would bring to these, you know, city-states and so on and so forth. So, I don't know, it's just a small thing. I realize it's difficult with 14 being an MMO, but, you know, part of me just wishes that it would be more realistic in that regard, I guess.
So we'll keep doing what we can until they can finally stand on their own. A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
I'm sorry, I'll say I just ate something. Sounds like quite the undertaking, to be honest.
Indeed, it has not been easy. But we've been able to make progress thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls. The allied nations continue to send supplies, which allow us to meet basic needs such as food and shelter. Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time.
Though you yourself helped them take one especially big step, didn't you? In vanquishing that blasphemy in the Tower of Babel? Thank you. I can only hope that your deed will help the people to find peace and closure.
But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
The 13th? After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
I was gonna say, Alice, it's not like you're not doing the same, risky stuff over and over again.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
Very true.
You could have at least invited me, too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
What's that about? You were busy here. It's a good thing that we're all working on different things because, as cool as it would be to constantly be together, it makes sense to, spread our efforts to make change happen more quickly. But, yeah, I get you, Alice. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. You can make it up to me on the next one.
Okay.
But on a more serious note, are we sure it's wise to keep Xenos' former avatar around?
Wow. Talking about being direct and all.
I understand how you came to work together, but nevertheless...
To be fair, they were attacked by her. Theoretically, right? I mean, she wasn't really herself back then, I suppose. But I just realized how strange that must be. To literally feel life threatened by her. Even though, yeah, she did look very different and all, but still. Yeah, Didn't even really occur to me that that was a thing.
I'm a void sent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos. To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
Is that so? I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
Why did that one thing not have subtitles? That was strange.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand. As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ajdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Galdemald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have.
Wait, what?
In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of Voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, Practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon void-sent servants.
Who are the Reapers? It's very interesting though, since... Yeah, I very much suspect that I was right in saying that the thing that Vashan felt, or Vitra felt, is just a part of Ashtaya's ether, not she herself, right?
The very same I believe you have mastered.
Oh, right, I'm a
While
Reaper.
there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
That's actually funny. So I guess since I've leveled Reaper, but I'm not at max level yet. I'm like 82, I think, or 83. And I've not even done the Reaper quests, except for the first one. Yet he still says I've mastered the job. Interesting. Wonder what the cutoff point
one,
is.
But several powerful voidsent is no small feat. But if Ashdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Yeah, I feel like that would have then happened earlier, and not now after we've dealt with the final days and all.
Then we must assume these events have indeed been orchestrated.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot. Nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumored to have once been home to a Reaper order.
That would indeed make an excellent start, though the question of how to get there remains.
Eulus may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Okay, as I mentioned, I haven't actually done most of the Reaper quests, only the initial one. I'm still somewhat... So I don't think that it's necessarily strange that the Garleans have Reapers in their ranks, or have Reaper orders per se. But it does feel rather different to what they usually are like, right? So... considering this is also like made out to be somewhat of a hidden village, I wonder how, you know, I guess the social structure and or social status of Reapers would have been back in Garlean heydays, right? Would they have been regarded as a bit of outliers? Bit of weirdos, right? Or maybe as some sort of special unit or something? Because I honestly think that they wouldn't have necessarily been regarded as normal citizens or, you know, normal Garleans whatsoever. I think they definitely would have been sort of in that awkward place between being fairly powerful and therefore having somewhat of a special status in their ranks, yet at the same time definitely also being regarded as a bit of an outlier and maybe even, you know, excluded of society somewhat, which might also be why they then kind of retreated to their own villages or, you know, settlements and whatnot. Shit, now I wish I had done the Reaper quest first, because maybe that touches upon sort of what they would have been here. Well, then again, I can always refer back to this once I do it. Another thing that I wanted to mention and talk about is the restoration of this place. You know, and I feel like that's been a topic that has largely been, I don't know. I mean, people have wanted the Ishgardian restoration for a long time. But I feel like the thing that we got... Well, I don't know what people thought about it. I thought that it wasn't necessarily bad. I thought it was kind of a cool idea to combine it with a... not only a housing district, but also making sort of the servers compete with each other at least a little bit, right? And making it this whole crafting thing. I'm not against what they did with the firmament and stuff, but it's certainly not what I would have wanted in terms of Ishgardian restoration. And it does go back to what I said earlier about actual permanent change to these places, because what I would have liked to have seen is to Ishgard, for Ishgard to actually change somewhat, because it still looks very broken in places and very sort of war-torn, right? And with the Dragonsong War now being over for quite a bit, at least from our perspective, since Heavensward's been a couple of years ago, it would have been great to have at least a bit of change, right? To have a bit of a feeling of, all right, Ishgard is actually changing and we're contributing to it. And I thought, as cool as the whole idea was of implementing the Firmament as a new housing ward, I also would have liked to have seen way, way more change happen in the actual city and not just this cut-off place. And with Alphino here specifically mentioning a restoration effort, I do hope that, in the future, because I can also already see, and I think a couple of people have already even mentioned that on the forums and stuff, to, hey, we want to rebuild Garlemald and so on and so forth. I honestly do hope that they're not going to make it just a separate sort of instanced area. I know how difficult that is. And I know that, well, I thought what they did in Doma, with the Doman Enclave, was a sort of a cool first effort, and honestly better than what they did with the Ishgardian restoration overall in terms of, actual impact on the places where the NPCs are living in. I do like the Doman Enclave. I think that they've just not done enough with it. It is the place that leads to Gangos and the whole shit, what's it called? Why am I keep forgetting the zone names now? But yeah, anyways, that whole Shadowbring's relic quest and everything connected to it sort of leads off of the Doman Enclave. But with the Doman Enclave itself, yes, there were a couple of quests there. There was like a big finale quest that was pretty cool. But overall, it doesn't really feel like the change that we brought to it had any very substantial impact for our quests and what are going forward, or for any sort of side quests and what have you. So whenever they do return to Garlemald here, I do hope that they're kind of thinking about how they could potentially change the zone itself in a more permanent way that works for what this MMO is and how it works, yet also gives you this more permanent change. And I think, in that regard, the Firmament is almost kind of an overkill. Same with the Doman Enclave. I don't want Garlemald to go from a completely, war-torn, destroyed state to a complete new city or anything. I think that's where kind of the, if you think about it in terms of from a game development perspective, or just in general from a design perspective, I think it would actually be better not to have, super stark, crass changes, but rather have these small little tidbits that change, right? To maybe see, I don't know, crops being grown again in Camp Broken Glass or near it. To maybe see activity around that oil platform again. To see them, actually pumping cerulean again. Those kinds of things, right? Make small little changes that are reflected in the environment and that make the place feel more lived in and more like they're rebuilding stuff. But it doesn't need to be, a huge change. Because arguably, as I said, as cool as the Firmament is in Ishgard, it's an entire district that has been rebuilt. Whereas the changes that I wanted to see is more along the lines of, hey, that one statue in the main square when you arrive in Ishgard, right? It's still sort of broken in pieces, so maybe that could be removed. Maybe a couple of the rubble that's lying around could be removed. Maybe the, what's called the broom, like the quote-unquote poor quarters of Ishgard, right? It would have been neat to see, I don't know, maybe just more lights in the place, right? Just make it look a bit more lived in, a bit like people are you know, changing their social status somewhat, that they're not regarded as these poor people anymore, right? Maybe seeing a stall or two pop up that are selling stuff. You know, little things like that. Just little notes that show you, hey, there is change happening and these people are actually getting better and everything that we've done does help them to grow and to sort of find their place in society better. That I think would be way more interesting to see than having a separate zone be completely reconstructed and now be this super neat looking housing district, right? Yeah. And coming back to Golemald, I do wish that they're going to do this here in that way, right? I mean, even imagine this place with the subways and everything, just sort of them, instead of these cables sort of lying around and generators and whatnot, maybe they're finding ways to, you know, rebuild the city somewhat down here. Maybe a bunch more sort of, not houses, but barracks and whatnot are popping up. Maybe tents, you know, maybe more generators and lights and, you know, as I said, just little changes here and there that reflect that stuff is happening, while also keeping it very realistic in the sense that they wouldn't be able to suddenly rebuild the entire city from one day to the next, right? I think, because, you know, not that much time is actually passing in the main story. I mean, that's been, you know, sort of a point of discussion for a long time, is how much time has actually passed. And it's certainly not been, you know, it's been like a year or two. Certainly not 10 years that the game has been released. So, you know, the changes that you can make to a place like this in, let's say, a year really isn't all that much. But wouldn't it be cool to, for example, since they live here, wouldn't it be cool to see maybe this park be kind of, you know, the rubble be removed, just maybe the water's getting cleaned up, you know, maybe a food stall is popping up, or, you know, maybe they reconstructed like a very small part of the playground for the children to play in, you know, maybe a couple of sort of fires or heaters are popping up, right? Very, very small little changes like that would be incredible to see. And I know that it's very, very difficult to pull that off with this being a zone that has to be permanently here for everybody, even the people that are still going through the story. So the way that works, and the way they've done that, they've even done that in the past, right? There is precedent for them doing that, where they sort of replace, let's say, a piece of rubble with something else that has the same physical, or that occupies the same physical space, right? So no matter what state of the story you are in, you don't suddenly see somebody else that's, let's say, further along in the story stand right smack dab in the middle of a piece of rubble, because for them it doesn't exist anymore, right? That's the issue that I'm talking about, is that, let's say for me, they would remove a piece of rubble because I'm in 8.0, right? And somebody else is just going through the Endwalker story. And for me, a building would have been replaced, and I'm standing in a place that for the other person, doesn't exist yet, right? Or still looks like a destroyed building. Obviously that wouldn't work. And well, now other MMOs, you know, ESO for example, has tried, you know, phasing stuff and things like that, but then that introduces other issues, because then you're suddenly putting people that are at different points in quests and whatnot. You're completely removing them from the zone for other people, right? So everybody that would go through the story right now would not see anybody else that's moved on to the later patches. And even though ESO, I think, has, you know, issues to, or not issues, but ways to get around that if you want to play with another person that is at a different point in the story as you are, I think for an MMO sort of having this permanent world and being in a place where it has everybody in the same zone, I think that's not a great solution at all. And I wouldn't want that for 14. I don't think that it's in the spirit of what the game tries to represent, especially community and player engagement wise. So yeah, the solution kind of is to just replace objects for certain people depending on their progress into the story, but make them occupy the same physical space so that it can never happen that, you know, you see people in places that they shouldn't be in. Yeah, it's certainly, it's an interesting problem to solve, but I do think it's one that they can solve and already have solved in a number of places, and I wish they would just embrace that more and show these little changes that I mentioned. That would honestly be incredible for immersion. And as I said, maybe they're going to do that to a larger extent with the graphical changes that are going to pop up. But yeah. All right, let's continue this. Where is everybody? The people here struggle to survive as it is. The last thing they need is for Garlemald to be overrun with Voidsent. A village of Voidsent users. Lest you think I have feelings on this, I don't. What others do is not my concern. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary here at the camp. Let us see what we find at this village. I expect it's been a while since you spoke with Julius. He will be glad to see you. I had tempered my hopes, but thanks to Alphino and Alice, we might yet learn something of Ashdaya. I knew the twins wouldn't disappoint. Stinian's proud of them. Hey Julius, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while, to be honest. I somehow almost blanked on the fact that we, in fact, dealt with the Void most of the time for the last two patches, right? Or was there stuff in... No, we definitely haven't been back here, really, after the final days, have we? Oh, what a welcome surprise. And I see you're traveling with a large crew as usual. Not to suggest that that's an inconvenience for us. We'd be happy to share our supplies with you and your allies should you require any. I mean, I think I'm fine. Apologies if we interrupt, Julius, but there is a matter we wish to discuss. We've just finished our routine briefing, so you come at a good time. Is this about the Voidsent? It is. From what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains to the east. Practitioners of the Reaper arts once lived in that area, did they not? Yes. They had a village there in the Lapis Manalis caverns. In the caverns, okay. The Scythe wielders forged pacts with Voidsent and took to battle with the beings at their side. For a time they played an invaluable role in our military, but the advent of Magitech saw them fall out of favor. Oh, right. I
didn't even think about that. So they underwent significant sort of societal changes as well. Interesting. When some were unmasked and insurrectionists, the order was outlawed. The village is believed to be long abandoned. It was even outlawed? Interesting. Did we even... I don't entirely remember what the first Reaper quest entailed. I think it didn't deal that much in terms of what the Reapers meant for Garlemald. Or how they were treated, rather. Interesting. Speaking of their art, it seems you've picked it up. Who was it that taught you? Well, suppose it's neither here nor there now. Fuck! Why haven't I done the... shit. Should have done those long time ago. Sage quest as well. My sister has been taken captive by Voidsent. I sensed her presence in this land and have come in search for her. If Voidsent have been sighted here, then I believe there is a connection. I should like to investigate these caverns you mentioned, but Alphinaud tells us they are not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow and tumultuous winds rule out walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you're going to need a Magitech snowcraft. Alas, the last remaining functional one we had has broken down. Should still be over in Cerulean Ancients, where it was abandoned. Is there anyone who can fix it? Perhaps the former engineers at Tapper's Den. Their duty included transporting cerulean tanks to Jutona Platform G using snowcraft. I expect they had to maintain a few over the years. That's worth looking into, I'd say. In the course of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm sure they will. May I ask you to accompany her? Given the presence of Voidsent, it's best that we avoid traveling alone. In the meantime, will you not tell me more about the mountain? I would like to learn as much as I can before commencing our search in the earnest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who's well versed in the local geography. Alice, was it? I wish to speak with you. In that case, why don't you come with us to Tapper's Den? We can chat on the way. Wonder what Zero has with her. Bit of a question that pops up here, though. Why'd they never think about repairing the snowcraft beforehand? I mean, as we've just heard, Alice and Alphinaud have been, you know, hard at work to help these guys and everything. And, I mean, I expect, you know, most of the other guys to still be here. Like the people we left behind from the whole Ilsabard contingent. Which does make me wonder somewhat. I mean, wouldn't that be kind of a priority to repair some sort of a transport vehicle that is very, very good to use in these environments? Maybe for some reason they didn't have to. I don't know. I mean, well, to be fair to them, I guess the environments here aren't that difficult to traverse. It's more if you actually want to go, you know, into the mountains and stuff, so maybe that's why. I shall go and brief the contingent on the Voidsent issue. They too may be prepared. I almost want to talk to a couple of them. Let's see. Anybody still here, or what's going on? Lucia, Maximum. Yeah, see, these two, wouldn't they maybe focused on repairing a snowcraft? Especially also since we did repair the heaters and stuff. It's not like we haven't engineers here that could do it, right? Our plans to help the people from an interim government proceed apace. A long and trying process, to be sure, but the benefits far outweigh the costs. Okay, well, he doesn't mention that. With Lord Nerva gone, I dare say we have truly seen the end of the Empire. The path forward for the people of Garlemald would not be easy, but I have no doubt they will now walk the path to a better and brighter future. Well, that's certainly good to hear. What the fuck is happening to the camera? Okay. Sort of halfway on the way. As always, even with the risk of repeating myself, I absolutely love how they're bringing in the different people that we've met throughout the course of this zone. And bringing them back into the main story, right? Because it makes sense. We've met them, why wouldn't they help us, right? Or rather, why wouldn't they be at least sort of the thing we think about when we do try to get help for an issue like this. If you want to eavesdrop, be my guest. It doesn't matter to me. Let's see what they're talking about.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Why do you help these people? What is it that you stand to gain?
I'm sorry?
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
And there I thought it was something serious. I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
Didn't I? I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right. To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
That music is beautiful. It fits the cutscene perfectly. Man, I don't want to stop every time, but it keeps bringing up so many interesting topics here. I can't help but talk about them. So, one thing that I've noticed, and this is gonna be, well, this could be a very, very long rant. Just to preface this, I don't want to go into it too deeply, but at the same time, I think I also need to explain what I'm even talking about. And the thing here is, so in this particular case, they didn't really elaborate too much on this, but they are, they're sort of brushing over it a little bit, or Alice is in this particular case. But I find it interesting because Zero is asking questions here that are somewhat prevalent in our society today, right? Not that everybody, I'm not accusing everybody of always looking to gain something out of anything they do. I don't think most people actually are like that, right? Sure, there are people who always try to get sort of their own advantage out of things and that kind of stuff. And yes, I guess, you know, most of the Western world especially, but I guess globally we definitely have sort of resorted to capitalism as the, I guess, basic concept of trading with each other and living together and so on and so forth as like a at least one pillar of our society, sort of. And well, I think what I want to touch upon here is this idea of capitalism always being bad, because I don't think that's actually the case. It's the way you deal with it that's important, right? And funnily enough, I don't even think that, you know, no matter what you choose, right, as a concept of how a society lives together, and that even goes so far as, you know, democracy and that thing. Yeah, sure, democracy arguably is the best form that we know currently of how people can live somewhat peacefully together. It's certainly not perfect by any means, right? It's far from perfect, actually. Although then again, well, I don't think a perfect system will ever exist. But what I find interesting here is, and I don't want to make it a discussion too much about capitalism per se, but rather the idea of always wanting to gain something, always thinking about, well, what does that do for myself? And what I find very interesting there is that with the society that we have nowadays, I feel like very often a lot of people either forget or aren't capable of thinking of what kind of advantage they themselves can sometimes gain out of things. And to maybe give an example of what I mean by that is that, you know, let's say a lot of bigger companies these days, and also sort of CEOs, you know, board of directors, whatnot, fairly frequently they're accused of, and I do think that there's a large amount of truth to that they're kind of thinking only in terms of sort of the next quarter or maybe the next year in terms of the gains they can get there. And well, to also mention that, largely that's also due to the shareholders and whatnot, which might also be just regular people, right? I mean, there are quite a number of people that are investing into shares because of, you know, wanting to get, retirement funds and things like that, right? So it's not only rich people per se, is what I'm trying to say. But there's definitely been this topic over the last couple of years, but also like in general with the way we've structured society, I think, that people only think very, very short term, right? Especially with the environmental issues and stuff cropping up. Looking at it from a very, very rational, just sort of simply logical perspective, companies should put their best efforts into preventing climate change. And not only preventing it, but even reversing it. Even if that costs a lot of money, that cost will be far outweighed by the costs the companies have to spend, let's say 10, 20, 30 years down the line in terms of having to deal with climate change then actually happening, right? And we do see the effects of that, or have even seen the effects of that happen over the last 20 years already. It's not like that's something that will happen in the future. It has already happened. It's not even actively happening. It has already happened, right? And, well, what I find so interesting about that is that it brings up this weird question of, well, companies aren't even human, right? They're in just a legal entity. And wouldn't you think, well, they're led by humans, which is kind of the problem here, right? Because if you just think about it purely rationally, right? Purely mathematically, and that is kind of what capitalism is, right? I mean, at least the core concept is very much built on rationality, on, deciding things based on numbers rather than feelings and whatnot. Now, obviously that never works because humans at the end of the day are the ones deciding it, and without having perfect information available for all of the decisions that we need to make, we can never actually do stuff completely rationally or logically. So that's also a constraint there, obviously. But at the same time, it is kind of almost funny to me how companies can only think short term and then suddenly be surprised kind of when, you know, big issues creep up that were very, very obvious that they would, but companies aren't ready for it at all. And, you know, it's sort of very funny that companies, even though they should think rationally, also have this very sort of conservative bias in terms of wanting to stay the way they are, even though that's not a rational thing to do, but rather a thing that humans do, because we tend to not really like change all that much, right? And, well, bringing it back to this, you know, in terms of thinking rationally, I just find it interesting that it feels like a lot of the time, and again, this doesn't only apply to companies, but very much to a lot of individual people, when you think, or when you look at sort of how people buy things and their consumer behavior, right? Very often you can see that they're kind of trying to look for their own advantage, but they're only ever really looking for the sort of surface level advantage, right? So they're looking for the immediate gains that they can directly, like in their mind, directly link with what they're doing, right? And sometimes that's warranted. But what I mean by that is, you know, let's say a piece of clothing. Maybe that's a good example of what I'm trying to talk about here. Let's say you want to buy a new T-shirt, right? And you could go to the, you know, big chain that is very cheap and buy the T-shirt there. Or you can go to the small store that is selling locally produced T-shirts. It's a bit of an oversimplified example, but it highlights what I want to say here. Right, so that locally produced thing might cost you double or even more than that, right? So the short-term gain, which is sadly what a lot of companies sort of, you know, tend to lean towards. In terms of a short-term gain, you're going to buy the cheap T-shirt. Long-term, however, well, first of all, it's probably going to break or, you know, be unusable a fair bit quicker than the more expensive one would be. But even if it outweighs that, right? Let's say the more expensive one costs twice as much. The cheap one, you know, holds for a year. The expensive one for a year and 10 months, right? Even though it's significantly longer in terms of when you look at it rationally, you should still go for the cheaper one. But there is sort of a second hidden layer to all of this, which is that, well, if you buy the T-shirt from the locally produced store, you're supporting them more, right? You're giving them money. Now, what's going to happen? They will also spend that money locally, right? The big company won't do that. So that local money, you know, maybe you yourself are working at a bakery, and the person that's running the T-shirt shop will come and spend that money that you spend for the more expensive T-shirt at your bakery, right? Whereas the big company CEO or something that's profiting off of the cheap T-shirt, well, he's living somewhere in, I don't know what rich area, and he's spending his money there, right? Or spending his money on a private jet, what have you, right? I don't want to make this too sort of extreme, just to highlight and exaggerate what it means. And this very secondary effect, I think, is something that a lot of people don't think about at all, right? It's just not really in their mind. And the problem is because it isn't, they completely disregard sort of the value beyond the surface level thing that you might see, right? And I'm not saying that that's easy, right? Sometimes it's very, very difficult to break these things apart, right? Because what if, let's presume, the locally produced T-shirt it might be locally produced, but the original materials might have come from the exact same bad place that the big company choose to produce their t-shirts from, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean, let's say, that the locally quote-unquote produced t-shirt is good for climate change or anything. It might even be worse, right? Maybe the big company is in fact investing into, I don't know, weird climate shares or whatever. But the point being is not that, you know, one is better than the other. That's a very, I think, a very, very individual sort of decision that you have to make on a sort of piece by piece basis, right? No matter what you do, you'll always have to, if you actually want to properly think about, let's say, a purchase that you're making, then there's, you know, actually quite a bit of information that needs to, you know, go into that. But my point is just that people don't think about that at all, right? They don't even think about this, what I would call sort of a secondary hidden layer to this, where they don't even recognize that there is a secondary effect, that there is something else that is happening there. And you see that quite often, honestly, with taxes, for example. And yes, sure, there is certainly an argument that taxes aren't always great when they're spent on the entirely different thing, or when you don't trust your politicians. Obviously, it's very, very hard to, you know, say, oh yeah, I'm glad that I paid taxes, because, you know, those politicians might sort of, you know, take those funds and put them somewhere they don't actually belong, where you don't want them to go towards. So I can get an aversion against that, yet there's still a lot of really, really important stuff, even in countries that are very corrupt. There is still a lot of important stuff that taxes pay for, right? So you can't be completely averse to them. That doesn't make any sense. And it just highlights this idea that a lot of people just simply aren't thinking about the secondary layer of what, I guess, tangential, is that what you would call that, effects, let's say, a purchase can have, right? Whenever you do spend money, you have to realize where it goes, right? Because money you don't spend and it's gone, right? The money is a thing that is in a constant rotation. And it can come back to you in a way if you spend it at the right places, is what I'm trying to say here. And to come back to Final Fantasy XIV, why I found Zero's question so interesting is because it feels like, because of how she's been growing up and because of what she's experienced in the 13th, of a very ruthless world that only really deals in these surface level contracts, I would say, she doesn't understand that there are secondary effects here that she just isn't realizing. And Alice also didn't really explain it at all, or didn't mention it at all. But, you know, if Galdemald gets rebuilt and, you know, these people get their life back and they're happy and all that neat stuff, we stand to gain as well, right? Because we can trade with them, we can make friends, we can, you know, do all sorts of stuff. It can either be a thing that through making friends can make us just simply more happy, right? Which is also not to be underestimated. Meaning that we gain something on a mental level. But it can quite literally mean that we get, I don't know, an interesting dish, an interesting recipe, an interesting piece of clothing, or a cultural background, maybe a great song or a book, right, that's been created here. And all these things can only really happen if we help these people. And just to underline that, especially here in the middle of Europe, all the rebuilding and all the money that has been poured into Europe after the Second World War has definitely paid off in a big way, right? Because, well, everybody has profited from that, right? When you look back at the certainly very bloody history of Europe, and sadly not all of that is, you know, completely resolved, as we can see.
Nowadays, there's still a lot of tension in a lot of places in Europe, actually. But arguably, it's still a much better place than what it was 100 years ago, right? And a lot of that is certainly due to how countries after the Second World War treated the countries that began the war, right? Which is just to make the point of, even though you might not always see an immediate gain or a sort of surface level gain from any sort of interaction or purchase or what have you, I think it's always very, very important to at least think, even if it's really, really difficult to figure out a correct decision, because sometimes it is, right? Sometimes you just have to say, well, you know, even though I recognize that there is a lot of, you know, a lot of these secondary effects going on, I as a human just don't have the capacity or the time to figure everything out, right? So sometimes you just have to make a decision and live with it. That's always going to be the case. But at least try to think about this, right? At least don't make the mistake that Zero made here of not recognizing what kind of cool, beneficial effects this might have, right? Actually think about, hey, maybe there's something to gain here for me as well, even though it's not a direct trade or not a direct effect that I get out of it, but rather something that might happen, you know, 1 or 2 years down the line, or even later than that. Yeah, I think... Okay, to now bring this to a complete close here, I think just if most people would, in terms of their decision-making, always think about these secondary effects, I think we would see a substantial sort of gain in, honestly, overall happiness in people. And yeah, it's just, that's kind of my wish, that people will recognize that, you know, even if you're not going for the immediate gain, doesn't mean that you're not gaining anything, right? Anyways, let's finally get back to this. What do you think about that Zero? Nothing. Well, not nothing. I think she's actually thinking pretty hard on the very thing that I just tried to explain. We should get back to it, but before we do... Are you alright, Zero? Did I say something that confused or upset you? No. I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I'm ready and able. Well, that's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. It's not much farther to Tapper's Den. I doubt we'll have much trouble finding an engineer when we arrive, so let's speak with the first one we spot. And just one more thing I love, as you can, you know, from my excitement to talk about these things, I just love that even though it's not been directly mentioned, the game bringing it up just invokes, you know, thoughts and ideas about this sort of stuff, and I like that very much. It's thought-provoking, as art should be. Because it's the right thing to do. This is one of the engineers, I think. Spirited engineer. Yeah, it seems so.
Wait, I know you. You're the one who roughed up the guards. After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives are a lot easier now thanks to them. They understood our plight and offered to help, whether we wanted to stay here or return home. For that, we're truly grateful. We're grateful to you too, I'll say. Trip across the lake is hardly pleasant, but you make it all the same to bring us provisions.
Oh, don't mention it. We're just glad we can help. That said, we were actually hoping to ask a favor of you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired, the one abandoned in Cerulean Engines. We were told you might be up to the task.
Ah, so you want to ride that mammoth?
Or the mammoth.
So what we took to calling the crafts on account of their size.
Oh, okay. Well, that might explain why they've not been repaired yet, if they're really big.
As often as I use them on rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance. See if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness.
Wonderful. Please come with us back to Camp Broken Glass and we'll take it from there. So far, so good. Let's be on our way. Alright. Just quickly snack the last pieces of my toast. I actually wonder where the thing is. Oh, sorry. I just wonder whether or not this thing has been around here the entire time. You mortals are more sensitive to the cold than I realized. My body is made differently, so I feel nothing. That actually sounds pretty bad, honestly. And it brings up the question of, just because she doesn't feel anything doesn't mean that her body isn't affected, right? Could still be that she's just, I don't know, her blood flow or something could still be affected, right? Even though she doesn't feel it.
Don't you worry, the mammoth is in good hands.
Thank goodness we were able to find someone to help with repairs. Welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who will help us with the craft.
I'll do everything I can to get her up and running again. But I doubt I'll be able to do so quickly, at least on my own. The mammoth is big and so are its parts. Some strong backs should make the work go faster.
You have ours. Oh, Estinian engineering on something?
Well, maybe if Stola guides him.
You finished learning about the mountain, I take it? Aye, we have a solid grasp of that area, as well as the site of the snowcraft. My back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I should be glad to stand guard for Voidsent and other unruly wildlife.
Much obliged, miss. And let's all head over to the mammoth and assess what needs fixing.
There have to be a couple of people here in the camp that can also help us. They can't all be occupied currently, at least not on super important stuff. Well, then again, maybe they are. I don't even... Have we ever really heard... Because some people have returned, right? Not all of the contingent is still here. I suspect that about probably 2/3 of them have, gone back. Maybe they're doing some sort of, shifts or something where people stay here for a couple of weeks and then get, swapped out for others. I think that would make sense. Because technically they're all still living, in other places, so they probably also don't really want to be broken apart from their families and stuff. So logistically, I think it's actually quite a challenge to help them here. It's not exactly close, if you look at the map, right? Even though we do have airships. They have met us here well in hand, which means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us?
Oh, of course.
How about you, Zero? I will assist you as well, as payment for answering my question. It's hardly something that demands payment, but we'd be glad for your contribution nonetheless. At first, I didn't know what to make of Zero, but her frankness speaks to me. I like her. That's actually a good point. Alice would like that about her, right? Because Alice likes to be... I wanted to say blunt, but... And honestly, I I kind of prefer that as well. I don't like it very much when people are sort of trying to tiptoe around issues. I mean, yeah, sure, you always have to be, you know, careful and kind of sensitive about what people might be. Because you have to, like, there isn't any point in being blunt if you know that the person you're talking to isn't be susceptible to whatever you're saying, right? So there is a layer of, you know, thinking of how to get a topic across to the person you're talking to, right? And actually consider their sort of approach to things. But at the same time, especially when you're like in a group scenario and a group tries to decide on something, it's way easier if people are just, you know, forthcoming and saying exactly what they think, and instead of, you know, not mentioning issues that they think might be happening or might be, you know, a problem going forward. And yeah, just saves everybody time in the long run. I can't say I understand LSA's answer, but a debt is a debt. Oh, right. Almost forgot. It said they added something to the Unending Codex, apparently. I still wish that they would expand on this thing quite a bit. I think they tried to, but just as with the portrait plates and everything, I feel like this isn't exactly up to date. Do we not have this previously? Descriptions of Alizé and Alphinaud? Guess not. Yeah, true, because we haven't really done stuff with them ever since we got this, right? Son of House Levelier, it was at the tender age of 11 that Alphinaud and his twin sister Alizé were accepted into the prestigious studium. There, he specialized in the study of arcane entities, history and natural history, and pursued advanced studies in the magical arts and etherology. Upon graduating at 16, the Sharlayan age of adulthood, he resolved to sail for Eorzea in spite of his father's objections. Alphinaud since worked to see his grandfather's wishes made reality. It is why he joined the Scions and later why he founded the Crystal Braves. With the latter, however, the Ul'dah elite utilized Alphinaud's inflated confidence to their advantage, wresting the Braves from his control and delivering the young man a bitter defeat. Swallowing his despair, Alphinaud traveled with the Warrior of Light and Tataru to Ishgard, a nation locked in the 1000-year Dragonsong War. There he engaged with various factions and individuals who sought to resolve the conflict in their own way, among the Archbishop Thordan VII, Sir Aymeric, the Azure Dragoon Estinian, and the Heretic Assail. The experience prompted him to re-evaluate his view of the world, as well as his purpose, and as the war neared its conclusion, he reached his own. He would not be a man who sacrifices friends and family for a cause. In spite of the risk to himself, he swore to rescue Estinian, who had been corrupted by the influence of Nidhogg's shade, and with the aid of the Warrior of Light succeeded in saving the Dragoon's life. Alphinaud's involvement in the provincial rebellions that followed taught him further life lessons. Fucking hell. He saw firsthand the crushing defeat dealt to the Alamegan resistance in Ralgus Reach by Xenos and the 12th Imperial Legion. Undeterred, the young scion then journeyed to the far east with his comrades, braving haunted seas and helping the Domans to free themselves from Imperial rule. Having won an ally in Hien, Doma's rightful king, he returned to Eorzea to once more aid the Alamegans in their fight against the Empire. At length, the Eorzean alliance laid siege to Alamigo, where Xenos ruled as viceroy, and succeeded in vanquishing the Imperial occupiers. With peace thus restored to the land, Alphinaud enjoyed a moment of adventure as he joined the Warrior of Light and fellow scion Arnvold in the quest for lost treasure. As cool as these descriptions are of the characters, right? I feel like they're... the way they're doing this is strange, because... honestly, let's say you would like to look up, I don't know, the Alamegan resistance, right? Then, for some reason, you would have to look here. So this is less of a description of Alphinaud and more a recounting of the events of past expansions. And it's not that I dislike it, but the idea of this type of codex for me, of keeping track of all the events and lore and whatever that we got over the course of our journey, I think it would be more beneficial to break it into like smaller sort of sections, right? Instead of trying to push everything together in one of these articles. Certainly an interesting choice. In the course of these experiences, Alphinaud learned of the Popularis, a moderate faction in Garlean politics that sought to bring change to its provincial policy. Together with one of its members, a soldier named Maxima, he embarked on a diplomatic mission to the imperial capital. An unexpected attack en route put a premature end to his plans, but his subsequent chance meeting with Gaius led to another opportunity. Long thought dead, the former legators had taken to working independently in the shadows, and their encounter resulted in an unlikely alliance that set in motion events which would alter the course of history. After coming to the first, Alphinaud applied himself earnestly and continued to ponder the true meaning of salvation. He did not shrink before Lord Warthry, the godlike mayor of Hulmore, who believed himself to be mankind's sole deliverance, nor did he hesitate to voice his opposition when Emet-Selch revealed his intent to restore the past at the cost of the future. By these acts, he showed that the salvation that he had once striven to bring to others had transcended hollow ideals and become a tangible endeavor. And in the face of the Tolofroi threat in the source, his long-held dream was realized with the formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea. With the combined might of not only the city-states, but the myriad tribes besides, this organization united the realm in a way its ignominious precursor, the Crystal Braves, did not. As he continued to walk his long path, Alphinaud was unexpectedly reunited with his father Fortunaud. In their first meeting since he left Charlian behind, he was made to question the wisdom of his course, of going to war to effect change. But encouraged by his comrades, his sister Alice did not least of all, he was able to find answer. For those he holds dear, he would always choose to fight. Even now, with the final days averted, Alphinaud labors on behalf of those in need, and he will ever do so, forging ahead one step at a time towards the better tomorrow he envisions. I mean, it's very well written in that way, but yeah, I do wish that some of the topics they're touching upon would be their own separate entries rather than, Alice. Let's see if they recount. Well, technically, they should also recount her journey through everything that we've done, right? Alice is Alphinaud's twin sister, though she dislikes that their similarities leads people to mistake her for her brother. Though unmistakably a prodigy, she has, in their 16 years together, always trailed ever so slightly behind him. Her grandfather, however, never treated her as a secondary, and as such, Alice clearly misses Louzois dearly, still holding him in higher regard than any other. Honestly, I find it very interesting. Alphinaud, as a character, sure, he's gone through a lot of, arguably very, very important character development, but yeah, he did sort of, right from the get-go, have this aura of somebody who, has, how can you put that? Like, high sort of ambitions, and also is somebody who can actually fulfill them, right? And I'm not saying that Alice can't, it's just that when we initially set out, she definitely, in her demeanor, and I think that wasn't so much herself as rather sort of the outside pressure on her, she was definitely way, way more in sort of a shell compared to Alphinaud, right? And especially through the coils, actually, it's very great to see her sort of come out of that. I think in terms of development, her character is actually quite a bit more interesting than Alphinaud, because the things that Alphinaud had to learn and had to contend with and deal with, well, being arguably more important than hers, were always issues that aren't necessarily about his character so much as they are about the development of the world and about political, connections and so on and so forth. Whereas Alisay's journey and character development has been much more personal than his, I feel like. Which is also very great to see how different they are now, right? Because arguably, in the beginning, at least all the way up until Coils maybe, they did kind of always come as a package deal. And they sort of kind of do, but they're still do, but they're way more distinct from one another nowadays. Shortly after Alisay gained admission to the Studium at the age of 11, Lezois resolved to return to Eorzea in order to save the realm from the Seventh Umbral Calamity. Her son Fortuno attempted to dissuade him, asserting that the wise abjure conflict, but the Elder Archon responded with words that have remained in Alisay's heart. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. Lezois upheld his creed to the end and vanished amidst the fire and fury of the Calamity. Wishing to know the fate of her beloved grandfather and what he had sacrificed himself for, Alisay journeyed to Eorzea together with Elfinor years later. Disappointment awaited her as she found all the city-states struggling with fundamental problems, with none making any progress towards addressing them. Distancing herself from her brother and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who proactively aided the nations, she struck out on her own to investigate the truth of the Calamity and better understand the realm. Very interesting to me that they're mentioning this here. I mean, they're tiptoeing a little bit around the details, and arguably they aren't really super important, but technically a lot of this, yeah, they are definitely presuming that you've done the Coils, right? In the course of his solitary endeavors, Alisay uncovered a scheme between the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians, with her family friend Urianger somehow involved. Seeking to thwart their plot to sow chaos, as well as ascertain Urianger's allegiance, she made the decision to join with the Scions formally. Arguably, I do wonder if at some point in the future they will change the Coils somewhat. Because, well, if we're entirely truthful, they are a big reason for Alisay's character development, and, keeping them separate and not, part of the main story does seem somewhat strange. Since then, Alisay has fought fearlessly on the front lines. Taking up the rapier in place of the grimoire she received from her grandfather, she played a key role in the liberation of both Doma and Alamigo, before helping to save the first from all-consuming light. Countless times has she been cast down, battered, and discouraged, but never has she failed to rise up again and carry on the fight. And in the course of her struggles, she came to accept her grandfather's wisdom and likewise love the world that he gave his life to protect. During her time in the First, Alisay tended to the light-afflicted souls who were living out their days at the inn at Journey's Head. Determined to save a boy named Halric, it was by her initiative that a cure for Sin-Eater corruption was devised. The method was subsequently adapted into a treatment for tempering, a condition long held to be irreversible, and used to cure not only the koboldling Gabu, but the countless people whom the Telofroi had transformed into the primal animus mindless thralls. In the chaos of the final days as well, Alisay showed unfaltering courage. When the enemy came in force, she charged into the fray. When souls wanted for succor, she rushed to their aid. In this way, she lived up to her grandfather's words, protecting that which she holds dear in the manner of her own choosing. Through it all, Alisay's sights have never strayed from one individual, the Warrior of Light. Driven by the desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the hero, she strives to better herself, that she may one day count herself his equal. And then we have the Garlean Empire. This is probably going to be a very interesting thing to read. The Garlean Empire once controlled the majority of the three great continents, the enormous landmass that encompasses Eorzea. Until some 50 years ago, Garlemald was a remote and sparsely populated nation which held little more than a fraction of the northern continent of Ilsabad. But with the arrival of a technological golden age and the concurrent emergence of a brilliant young legatus Solus Galvus, in the span of a single generation, Garlemald established itself as one of the most formidable forces in all of Heidelin. Yeah, Sulk. That was your doing. Garlemald is unsurpassed in the field of match tech, a technology which it exploits with devastating effectiveness in warfare. Unperturbed by the lesser numbers, the Garleans went forth upon gigantic flying warships, bearing powerful weaponry the likes of which the world had never seen. One nation after the next fell before the relentless onslaught, first those of the Northlands, followed by the sovereign states of the eastern continent Othard. Employing suppression and conciliation in equal measure, Garlemald indoctrinated the peoples it conquered, thus integrating them into its ever-expanding territory. So it was that the Garlean Empire came into existence. In the year 1557 of the 6th Astral Era, the Garleans brought their campaign of conquest to Eorzea, swiftly bringing the city-state of Alamigo to its knees. Yet following the subjugation of Alamigo, the Empire suddenly ceased its aggressive expansion. For a time, it seemed as though the Empire's complete subjugation of the world was all but inevitable. However, Emperor Solus's failing health and eventual death triggered a war of succession, and following a protracted campaign on Eorzean soil, Gaius von Belsa and his 14th Legion suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the newly unified Eorzean alliance. Thus did cracks begin to appear in the Empire's armor, and as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn continued to intervene on behalf of the oppressed, the Garleans went on to lose control of Doma in the east and Alamigo in the west. To compound their woes, the new Emperor Varus had scarcely won the throne before he was slain by son Xenos, who had an agenda all his own. Xenos then colluded with the Ascian Fandaniel and, using his father's corpse as a medium, summoned forth the primal anima. The imperial capital, which had become the stage for a bloody civil war, fell silent, as nearly every soldier and civilian remaining was turned into a tempered slave. Though both Anima and the Telophoroi have since been eliminated, Garlemald struggles to recover from the devastation. The leaders of the subjugated territories bide their time, making no moves to resurrect the fallen empire, and it remains to be seen what the future holds. So, coming back to Solus / Emmett, leaving the throne to apparently his failing health. I mean, I guess it was the plans of the Ascians to bring chaos upon the land, and with the sort of Project Meteor and everything already being set into motion, I don't know, maybe Emmett just thought that it was easier to both sow chaos in the Empire itself while at the same time somehow still, you know, influencing happenings from the back, rather than being at the forefront of everything as the Emperor himself. It's just a very interesting detail that he decided to do that, right? And then we have Magitech. The term Magitech collectively refers to the advanced technology widely employed by the Garlean Empire. Utilizing ceruleum as a source of power, it has found practical applications in all aspects of life, from everyday conveniences such as heaters and radios, to weapons of destruction such as flying warships. The history of Magitech can be traced back to the year 1513, when a man named Solus Galvus attained the rank of legatus. The 24-year-old Garlean learned of the newly invented ceruleum engine and saw great potential in it. His was the hand that guided the development of Magitech weapons, and his the mind that devised tactics for these war machina. Galvus also saw them integrated into the army, and so imbued the military with mechanical might. Innately ungifted in magic, the Garleans once relied upon mages recruited from foreign lands to bolster their armies. Not only did Magitech free them from that dependence, it transformed them into a machine of conquest. Which, funnily enough, is a very, very interesting thing that, you know, I personally never really thought that much about until I saw an interview with Brennan Lee Mulligan and Matt Mercer, right, on the topic of fantasy worlds and their backgrounds, and the fact that, for example, Lord of the Rings isn't really all that logical in terms of its timeline, right? Because and a lot of fantasies aren't, because they always kind of assume that for a long time nothing's really happened, right? Or that in the past things have been... That is one big thing that a lot of, not even only fantasies, but just in general, a lot of stories, you know, talk about, is this idea that somewhere in the past there's always been something great, right? And we always have a ton of ruins lying about and a ton of old sort of relics to be uncovered, which arguably also needs to be there specifically for a game that needs loot and whatnot, right? And interesting places to visit.
What I find very interesting, though, in terms of timeline in Final Fantasy XIV is that I do think it's quite logical in how it works, in large part due to the calamities being a thing, right? If the whole world essentially gets annihilated every couple hundred or like 1,000 years, then, well, certainly there's going to be a lot of stuff left over from, you know, big societies that once existed. But it also makes sense that they don't exist anymore and that humanity had sort of had to rebuild and relearn a bunch of things. And then when you look at the Encyclopedia Eorzea, for example, and the sort of history of the calamities and of the astral eras, it's really, really cool how they explain the progress and the focus that the different eras had. Because logically, it does make a lot of sense how they, you know, go from one thing to the next, right? Sometimes magic is very prevalent, sometimes technology is very prevalent, and every time a calamity happens and things get, you know, destroyed, they try to learn from that, but just sort of, you know, instead of taking all the lessons in and trying to create a really good society for everybody, they always just wildly swing between the extremes, right? We have the Allegan Empire that, you know, super focused on technology and was actually very advanced in that regard, yet still failed because they kind of went too far in a lot of ways. And then, you know, other people sort of turning more towards the divine because they think, well, maybe technology isn't that great then, or it leads us to be, you know, bad, whatever, right? Then turning to faith, but then also taking that to the extreme. And then in the next era, people said, well, you know, maybe faith isn't the right thing either, so we're going to turn towards magic and we're going to try to become powerful that way. But then they take that to the extreme too, right? And then the next era comes and they're saying, well, you know, magic isn't great, faith isn't great, let's try technology again. And sort of, it goes back to the cycle, but overall, right, in terms of a big sort of world timeline, it actually makes sense that these last kind of, I think, around about 12,000 years since the Sundering, you know, the world has struggled to, you know, bring itself back from the brink of destruction every single time and bring, you know, technology back and or magic back and or society back in general in certain different forms, right? It's just a lot more logical to assume that because of that destruction that happens with every calamity, you know, it makes sense that we won't always have all the technology available to us again and everything just happening the same way or us being super, you know, advanced and whatnot. Whereas in, you know, other fantasies where things have stayed the same for about, you know, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of years, well, that doesn't really make that much sense, right? Considering our own sort of real life experience with progress, it doesn't make sense that things would stay the same for literal thousands of years. So I hugely appreciate that they had a cool idea here with 14 and the calamities. Not that that idea is new per se, but I think in terms of its implementation, especially how well it works with the Sundering and all the backstory of the Ascians and the reflections and rejoining them, right? It's super beautiful to see how this idea of society being destroyed, you know, after around about 1,000 years every time, how it makes sense that then not everything would be built up again, right? Or that different sort of options and paths would be explored by society rather than just trying the same thing over and over. Anyways, let's continue with the story. Holy shit, I feel like I'm already taking way too much time again, but then again, I love taking my time with this and, you know, diving deep into these kinds of topics. My thanks again for agreeing to help. The Ilsapard contingent brings in shipments of food, medicine, and other necessities by airship. We have yet to deliver a share of supplies to Tertium, and I would appreciate it if one of you could assist us with the task today. I'll do it. Well, it looks like you're with me then. Voidsent sightings have been increasing by the day, which is why I had a mind to go out and patrol the upland Rhine, shall we? Oh, are we gonna fight? Fight a couple of mobs here and there. Oh, already here. Voidsent was spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to Camp Broken Glass, everyone is understandably concerned. But hopefully not for much longer. You follow this road eastward, and I'll have a look to the north. If you should encounter any Voidsent, I won't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. Alright. Mr. Carbuncle, come here for a sec. We need to fight. Maybe I should have acted more on something else. They always die way too quickly. Also, do they even move? It feels like they're standing there menacingly for a while. Well, there we go. Nothing here, I presume. Survey your surroundings, but do not spy any errant Voidsent. Overgrown rows. Those enemies, and especially the one of the A-ranks here, is very, very interesting. And the noises they make are even more interesting. Wait, isn't that it? That's an A-rank, right? Or is it the B-rank? No, never mind. I think it's the B-rank. No, it's the A-rank. Huh. Well, maybe we're sort of in between hunt trains. Then again, it's not a Savage patch, so people aren't gonna go absolutely ham on these things. It's already dead before it even casted Revelation. Oh, we're looking for more? Ah, never mind. Alisei dispatched with them as well. It is somewhat strange to think about, you know, Voidsent and Garlemald. Even though it makes perfect sense with the Reapers and stuff, but... I don't know, something about this... Ah, man, I know that I rave about this way too much, but
All finished, are we? Good.
Okay, this is even... cool. Anyways, just wanted to very quickly mention... Voidsent and fighting Voidsent is pretty much one of the earliest things you do in this game, right? The first kind of real quote-unquote threats in the main story are Voidsent. Back when you're like level 15 or something. And it's so crazy to me that we're now, after all these years, kind of finally dealing with what they actually are and you know, how to get rid of them for good, right? I mean, obviously what they are, we've known for a very long time as well, but properly dealing with them, now we come back to that, right? And it's, I don't know, trying to wrap my head around that is just insane to me.
The cold doesn't let up out here, does it? They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security.
Very true.
Though things will never be as they once were.
Which is another one of those super, super interesting topics to me, is this idea of, you know, because it's something, I'm getting political again, but it's this, you know, a lot of people are sometimes complaining, oh, you know, there are refugees coming to our country and they're just living off of charity. Nobody fucking likes to live off of charity, right? I mean, maybe like a very, very small amount of people, but honestly, the people that truly do live off of charity and, you know, just kind of live with that idea are typically the ones that have, you know, very, very heavy mental issues, the ones that are alcoholics or on drugs or something. And it's not like they chose that life, right? Something, society probably made them like that. So this idea of complaining about people that are just, you know, gaining the system and are trying to get money through sort of social programs and stuff. Yeah, no, that's not, as Alice put it, you know, you're always kind of on the edge of thinking, well, you know, I'm taking this stuff, but is it really going to last? Are people always going to help me, right? Is it going to run out eventually? And these people still face struggles. Yeah, granted, they might be different struggles than what the average sort of person might be facing, but it's not like they live a happier life or anything. Quite the contrary, at that, right? And it's this weird idea. It does come back somewhat to what to the topic I was talking about earlier, is this very, very weird idea that people seem to presume just because they're receiving money, they're automatically happier, right? Or, I don't know, it's so very, because for me personally, I don't really care that much about money at all. I do care in the sense that, sadly, I need it to live in our society, because society demands me to make money in order to sustain, you know, my life, because I need to pay, you know, taxes, I need to pay for insurance and whatnot, and for a place to live. But, you know, beyond that, I don't really care about the concept all that much. And it's completely insane to me that people kind of define their own happiness by what other people might be getting in money as sort of a charity thing, right? Or through social programs in order to help them. Like, shouldn't my concern be how happy they are rather than sort of the whatever number it says on any sort of paycheck? Sure, right? I do get that if for some reason my own happiness would be at risk because of somebody else gaining money through a social system, right? Or gaining money because they're a refugee coming into, you know, my country or whatever. But that's not really a thing, is it? The people that maybe do actually get unhappy by refugees coming into the country, that's kind of their own issue, right? That's not the fault of the people that are coming into the country. And once again, even if you are more unhappy by the thought of, even though it's completely insane to me, but even for whatever reason through your upbringing or whatever it is, you get more unhappy by people coming into your country to seek refuge from war or from poverty or whatever. The overall happiness that is gained through that is still a net positive, right? But that's egotistical people, I presume, right? It's your own happiness is going down by 1%, and even though another person is gaining 30% happiness through those actions, you are still the one that's complaining. That kind of concept is, you know, honestly, absolutely ridiculous and insane to me. But sadly, I also do understand that people behave that way. I don't know. It's just sad to see, I guess. And it's not something that will change easily, right? It does, however, come back to what I said earlier, to the topic of, you know, you don't have to properly, you know, calculate and know everything about a purchase you make, right? Whenever you buy something, you don't need to look up the specific CO2 footprint every time. That's not the thing that's important. The thing that's important is to be aware of issues, right? It's completely fine to just know that there are things out there you need to think about. That is all, like, that's way more than what most people are doing, right? And we need to realize that. And with this topic as well, you don't necessarily need to, you know, give to charities or to, you know, spend large amounts of money on helping others or something. That's not at all what is needed. What's way more important, and what already is way, way more than what the average person does, sadly, is just being empathetic, right? Just being there, listening to the issues of others. Not even necessarily helping, but just sort of listening, understanding, right? That is already way, way more than what the average person does. And again, if everybody did that, we'd already be 80% of the way there, right? Because the rest of the 20%, the actual action that needs to be taken, is incredibly easy to facilitate once everybody is sort of on the same page. The issue is nowadays that a lot of people, for whatever reason, are not, right? And that's where we struggle. It's not the actual action at the end that's the struggle or the problematic thing, but rather everybody sort of standing behind that and understanding why it needs to happen. But anyways. Anyways, back to the topic at hand.
If we can restore a modicum of normalcy to their lives, maybe that will be enough for them to move forward. If we're to achieve that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder.
Although I do think that Alice is definitely putting too much pressure on herself here. But then again, that's also just her, right? I think she, on a certain level, she needs that kind of pressure to be happy, right? And that's, again, the most important thing. You're doing your best. Anyone can see that.
Oh? Lest you misunderstand, I wasn't fishing for a compliment. As I said, I'm doing this because I want to.
Alice, it's still completely fine to accept compliments if you do something that's actually good. Like, take it. Learn to take the compliment. Which is...
Still, I appreciate your support.
There we go. I'm saying that, yet, you know, I very much struggle with the same kind of thing where I, you know, always think that, you know, please don't compliment me. You know, because I think that, you know, helping others is just a thing you should do. But then, you know, I'm trying to get better at that because it is, you know, at the end of the day, the people that are complimenting you are doing so because they genuinely think, you know, what they're saying. So it's good to acknowledge that and be grateful as well, instead of trying to brush it off. At least that's what I'm trying to work towards for myself.
Well, our work here is done. We should be heading back. I hope Alphino and Zero haven't gotten into any trouble.
Nah, they can handle that.
I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To not only suffer him, but so much else.
Aw, man. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. I don't know. But then again, there's also so much to discuss. Anyways, I'm going to be taking a lunch break here in a second, and hopefully after that we can really try and, focus on this as much as possible.
She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
Cool. Oh wait, do we get to see Zeros and Alphinos? Ah, there you go.
Thank you, miss. Thank you. This feels strangely familiar.
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
Is he a doctor now? Oh, wait. That comment was dumb. Yeah, he's a healer.
Of course. Give me a moment. Zero, may I leave the rest here to you?
Somehow I disregarded magic for a second there.
Fine by me.
Which kind of, shows how immersive this is on a realistic level.
Thank you again for your help. Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
Comrade? We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Pact? No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company, that sort of thing.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
Oh.
Did I say something odd?
Well, it must be pretty difficult to understand her sort of background, right?
No, not at all. On the contrary, it makes sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand. Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat. But no matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed, and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Get along? I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
If you say so. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came. Are you hungry? We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
I really wonder what he must think about these comments she makes.
Azim step-style dumplings. Butts, they call them.
That's a huge dumpling.
Never had a dumpling. It's like a kind of bread stuffed with a filling, meat or vegetables usually, that you bake or steam. We have our own recipes in Garlemald too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones. Just think of it as bread, all right?
Ooh, that actually does look very tasty. Food technology.
I should warn you though, they're spicy. Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much for the children to handle though.
And a spice probably also helps in the cold here, right? At least I'd assume so.
Interesting.
Interesting good, or interesting...
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
How weird that must seem.
Is that a bad thing?
But then again,
Not necessarily.
engaging with us, you might have learned to accept the weird.
That's enough for me. I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
Oh, Euless, getting acquainted with Zero, are we?
I suppose I am.
No harm in that. Acquaint away.
She just completely unfazed by what's been said.
Ah, everyone is here. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
Alphino! Alize!
Of course, something had to happen. Oh. Even though this stuff does look good, I think I'm gonna go with the elegant silver pieces here. All right. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that cutscene once I return, but I'm gonna take my lunch break now, and hopefully, as I said, after that, we're gonna be able to dive into this without any other breaks. Be back in a bit. Alrighty. There we go. Whew. Hopefully, finally, without distractions. Fuck, I feel like I haven't really done anything. Aw, damn controller, give me a second. Yeah, sorry about that. I need to go back to the store. I still, there's still guarantee on the controller, so I can get a new one for free. It's just, the problem is I'm utilizing both of them whenever I want to stream, right? Because I'm using one of them as an audio output source for the capture card and the other one to actually, play. But, it would be kind of stupid to buy a new controller to have a third one that eventually I'm probably not going to be needing, just to be able to exchange the other ones while still also be able to still stream. I don't know. It's an awkward issue. It's just, oh man. I mean, honestly, it's very, very rare that the controllers do have issues. It's just the fact that they have it all, even though they're not even a year old, is kind of sad, honestly. But I know that I've talked about that before. Anyways. Right, I was going to talk a little bit about the cutscene that we saw between Julius and Zero. First of all, I think it's, as always, really, really great that they are using these sort of more personal and almost, quote-unquote, unimportant bits of, interaction between the characters as a way to bring up important issues or things that they're thinking about, right? Even though they didn't necessarily voice their concerns or their problems, it's very, very clear that Zero is still thinking about a lot of issues and about a lot of things that she simply doesn't really understand about our world and about the concept of, just giving and sharing without necessarily always having to have, an actual contract over these things. But let's see what's up with the soldier and potential Voidsent here. He was out on patrol, so he's come back early then. Well, shouldn't you see what's wrong? Got a bad feeling about this. This seems urgent. Yeah, sorry buddy, Mr. First Legion soldier, but I did have to eat myself, so... Well, I guess, in universe, I could brush it off as, standing there together with Zero and Julius and also eating a dumpling. So let's pretend that's what happened, instead of me awkwardly just standing here for half an hour, not doing anything or answering what they've been talking about. An unforeseen bargain. This distressed soldier has ill tidings to share with you. He has indeed, it seems. Forgive me the interruption, but I come with grave news. A horde of Voidsent are approaching from the mountains to the east. Their numbers are beyond anything we've ever seen. What? But Stolle and the others? Anyone outside of Tertium is in danger. You must find and bring them all here at once. Can we count on your aid, Zero? I've already settled the debt for my question. I'm not obligated to help. What's more, death in this world is absolute. You ask me to put my life on the line. Without suitable payment, I will do no such thing. That's fair. What do we have to offer that might be enough? I mean, she did eat the dumplings. You're right, Zero. You're not obligated to help, and I wouldn't presume otherwise. Nevertheless, we are in need. Assuming the booze I gave you is worth anything, would you at least be willing to stand watch at this encampment? That way, more of us will be able to go out and see the people to safety. Very well. Unless we come under attack, I'll do no more than stand watch. I dare say Tertium will be safe enough with Zero here. Let us go and find Stola and the others and assist with the evacuation. Honestly, I'm not actually trusting Zero to help at all. I mean, she literally just said she's just gonna stand there and watch, which I take as, well, you know, in case anybody comes here, I'm just gonna stand and watch everybody get slaughtered. Oh. I thought we were gonna be getting to the dungeon here in a bit, but it seems we have a single-player duty to do first. Come, we need to find our comrades. Well then. Tertium will be fine. Julius and his people have weathered far worse. We must make haste to the snowcraft, where our friends and the engineer should be. Given their position, they may soon find themselves at the mercy of the Voidsent. If it comes to it, we must be prepared for battle. I'm ready, don't you worry. How about you? Upon departing from Tertium, several cutscenes, blah blah blah. I find it interesting that they still call this several cutscenes. I mean, at this point, this phrase has, you know, always come with a certain expectation and meaning in the community, but I feel like, okay, so technically this is true, right? But it has slowly shifted over the years because, you know, back in the day, especially at the end of A Realm Reborn, where this is first shown, they actually mean cutscenes, right? And sometimes that's still true. I mean, there are certainly still a couple of instances where, you know, like half an hour of cutscene is playing back to back. But for the most part, this has slowly shifted towards, hey, we're playing a bunch of cutscenes, but in between there's going to be, you know, multiple instances of battle, right? Which I find interesting because I don't know, just reading this just kind of gives you a different expectation, maybe. Maybe that's just me, but I just find it interesting. I would reword it to be, you know, several cutscenes will play in sequence and instance battles will commence or something like that. Oh, well, there we go. And additionally, you will be required to participate in battle. Oh, well, never mind. Regard everything that I just said. They kind of added this. Specifically also now that they have save spots in between, right? Or save spots, no, save points where your progress will be saved. Rather than, when was that? When was the... Oh, I think it was at the very end of Stormblood. That's, I think, the first time they introduced this kind of thing with a lot of different instanced battles back to back with cutscenes playing in between. And back then they didn't have these progress points, right? And a lot of people complained about that. Rightfully so, arguably, because, you know, well, sometimes these instance battles can have a bit of an issue at conveying what they want you to do. So sometimes there are like fail states that aren't that well communicated, in my opinion, and you kind of fail without realizing why before it's too late, and then you have to redo it all over again, right? And without a progress save point, that can be very aggravating. And then at the same time, you can also get disconnected or something, right? Just having technical issues, and it would be kind of a, you know, it would kind of suck to have to go through 15 minutes or longer of instance battle again just because of that. Anyways, let's take a look at what this is. I'm guessing we're just gonna fend off a horde of Voidsent outside of the city.
Report. Lost contact. When? Voidsent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
If it was Void Scent, you'd be a fool to go alone. They'll find you before you find your men, and then they'll devour you as well.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
That's some logic.
What? No! I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
I'm far better suited to dealing with Void Scent. It makes sense. Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
Ah. Fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Promise me.
No, I think she won't. I find her reasoning interesting, right? Because it's almost too rational. Yet at the same time, sometimes I get the feeling that now with everything she's witnessed us doing, she's almost, you know, sort of pretending to a degree to still uphold her ideals.
Damn these demons!
Not necessarily pretending, but certainly sort of for herself. Because, you know, if she was gonna do it in any other way, it might mean that she had to...
Return to the camp. Now.
Like, permanently rethink her sort of approach to things, and she's not ready yet, right? Or I do find that to be a very interesting conundrum that she's facing. In terms of her personal development, I presume. Are we gonna play as her now?
Why do you interfere?
I always forget that they are somewhat intelligent.
Ah, of course. You sold your soul to feed.
God, I love the repair animations.
I've taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
Ooh, zero battle. Very awesome. I love how they're doing this through gameplay, that you get nearer to these characters. Alright, what do we have? So this is... following actions in succession, spinning scythe, nightmare scythe. Maximum scythe. What if this is what? Wait, what the hell? Why doesn't this... This is AoE, right? And this is single target? Shouldn't this say something along the lines of it's hitting things next to you? Jumping attack. Portion of physical damage dealt into HP. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it with a potency of 1,100%. See, this specifically mentions AoE. I feel like... Did they forget that on the skill? Huh. They might have actually forgotten this. Oh wait, what was the other one? Oh yeah, jumping attack, so I can do this.
A deal is a deal.
Yeah, this is AoE. I think they just simply forgot that on the skill description. I would wager. How many of you guys are here?
More of them.
They aren't even really dealing that much damage to me. Why would I even use Bloodbath?
Still more.
Ah, maybe the thing is that they're gonna overwhelm me somewhat. Okay. Well, that took a while. Ah, let's heal up already, I guess. Although, with how many there are, wouldn't it be pretty easy to heal with Bloodbath? Guess the cooldown might be a bit of a problem there.
This land brims with life, ripe for the harvest.
Oh, who the hell are you? Do I have to stand in that, or... Oh yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, I also completely forgot that I had this. Oopsie. That probably would have helped against the enemies, huh? Oh well. I already wanted to press the button where I usually put my AoE combos. I like that these ads have like an end range to themselves.
Such insolence, I will not be denied.
I don't have a ranged attack, it seems. Except, well, the jumping attack is just a go in, right? It's not a ranged attack per se. Alright, what is he gonna do next? Holy fuck, alright.
Not good.
Did not expect that to deal as much damage as it did. Sinister.
And now you're mine.
Well, I am healing some. Oh my god.
I can't.
Okay, that's a really cool way of doing that. You know, making it so that you can't possibly even be in those. I like that. Very cool spin. It's not the first time they've done this, but it's cool. It's way more of a natural way to quote-unquote lose in the cutscene rather than actually just putting a cutscene there, right? Who the hell are
What's
you?
the gate be for their light to come through? Is this it then?
Where the fuck is everyone? Didn't we all kind of go into the same direction? How could we pass all of them?
Just like that time.
Ooh, we gonna get a flashback?
When light still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Stand aside if you value your life.
Haughty Memorial.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
You're not taking another step towards that village.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
I like how this also happened in an icy plain.
And now we can get back to our business.
So I suppose they were manipulating the ether with that? With those crystals?
Get up, damn you! Too weak. I need help. Someone, please. The same mistakes, the same ends. Again and again. What should I? What could I have done? What? Who?
Somebody must have helped her back then, though. Or is that how she, you know, got introduced to? Well, that's me!
You?
To the darkness?
What are you doing here?
That how she became a Voidsent?
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Can you stand?
Honestly, I always love that when they're bringing in you, yourself, sort of your character, and making you to be the actual hero in this case. We were a little late, but we've come to help you. I love that. It's such a cool, it's the same, towards the end of Stormblood, the thing that I mentioned, where you come running in to save everybody, that was such an awesome moment, and it is here still.
All right.
That type of deal just works. Let's kill these fuckers. They don't stand a chance against me.
This fire in my breast. Let it burn and rage and guide.
Against us. I do like his stare, though. It's a very cool enemy design. I mean, I know that it's not a new design. It's been here from a while ago, but nevertheless, it works. Andromalius, yeah, you're gonna get wrecked, buddy.
Thank goodness we're not too late. Can you still fight? Press the attack.
How is he doing? Ha ha! Yes, small mortals come to slaughter. Aren't they just gonna dive through the middle? Oh, alright, I get it. Ooh, that was a bit too close. Alright, anyways.
Just warming up.
I hate whenever that happens and you're kinda, you know,
My strength is spent. I'll only get in your way.
You're still fine. What the hell are you talking about?
We'll get through this together.
Listen to Odyssey. Let me actually switch across this. Makes way more sense. Ah, okay. Now, you know, this is just beautiful. Like, the way they're doing this, where they first show you, you know, hey, you can't get through this together, but now you can, since now we're 4 people and we can take all spheres at once. And then also enter something like this, a stack. This is a beautiful display of showing through gameplay what it means to fight as a team, right? Instead of it just being told to you in like in a cutscene or something. Very, very well done.
I will enjoy draining your ether, watching as the life dims in your eyes.
Honestly, also reminds me heavily of one of the best, what's it called? Role quests in Shadowbringers, which is the one where you help the bard. What's her name again? Ray? Where you help her, and then she's fighting that big thing that's also in the big King Curl, or whatever she's called. She's fighting that all by herself, and then Artbert and the others come in and help you. That was such a cool display of, teamwork as well. I thought it equally worked brilliantly. There we go, same thing again. Ooh, cast. That was close. We're actually annihilating these things. But yeah, this is something that a lot of games I think should take as a good example.
If you would deny me my feast, then be gone to ashes with you.
Because this is something that a lot of games have a lot of problems with, in terms of, showing through gameplay that which, a lot of games try to tell you that through story, which doesn't really make that much sense usually.
Let's buy her some time.
Let's do that. What the hell are we even doing here? I didn't even realize that these things were attacking her. That she's supposed to destroy these crystals. Oh, I just realized that she had like a sort of Limit Break-esque thing about her head.
I am your end.
What the hell is even happening? What was he winding up? That looked crazy.
Well done.
No! No! Why won't you die?
Honestly, a pretty cool scene, not gonna lie. Didn't even realize he was winding up some Genki Dama type shit. There we go. Very cool battle. Not the most exciting one they've ever done, but in terms of storytelling through gameplay, I thought that was a really, really cool display of what they can do.
You did well to find me out here.
We have Euless to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
There would have been more casualties if not for you.
No. If it was not for you and the others,
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
I think so.
Well, there we go.
Zero, are you all right?
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
What I do find interesting, though, is that somehow... Well, as we know, something helped these void scent get through here. I'm wondering why we haven't seen them specifically, though. It's just been the void scent.
Oh. What are you doing?
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
That word is weird. Oh, it was literally just that she was tired, I guess. I thought there was something more going on with her, or that she, I don't know, somehow got affected by the void scent in some form or another. I mean, I don't know, does that leave her completely unaffected? Maybe through the, I guess, thick environmental ether here? I don't know. For a mercy, there appears to have been no casualties in Tertium or elsewhere. Have all of them fought? I guess some of them must have, huh? I've also received word that the transport arrived safely at Camp Broken Glass. They sent their thanks to the woman in black. Oh, fuck. They, honestly, now with them, you know, having added a couple more sitting poses, I feel like one thing that the game desperately needs are more sleeping poses. I mean, we do have them, right? If you type /doze on a bed, I think there is like 3 or 4 poses that you can do. But specifically thinking back to the cutscenes in Shadowbringers, whenever you, or rather your character, slept in the apartment block, right? Whenever there was like a break in the narrative. Yeah, this sort of very stiff lying on your back type of deal just doesn't really work all that well. Or maybe they should have at least put a blanket over her or something. I'm fine. I just need rest. When I'm out on patrol and the sun is on my skin, I feel as if I'm made anew. As the ground is still littered in all manner of detritus, but for the first time in a long time, I'm hopeful. Alright, I thought that the others might comment on what has been going on, but I think they've just been sitting here, basically, and doing whatever they had to do. Zero is convalescing aboard the train. Julius had already given her something to eat, so I suppose all we can do is wait. I can't help but wonder, though, what possessed her to go and fight all those Voidsent on her own? Not that I know the going rate for such things, but I doubt one booze would suffice. I think someone has been a bad influence on her. Bad or good, depending on how you're looking at it. Oh, I'm just joking. Or am I? In any case, many people owe her their lives. I'll be sure to thank her when she's back on her feet. Guess let's take the spell speed one. Not that it really matters, but thank goodness we found Zero when we did. Yeah, it was kind of a close call, to be entirely honest, right? I mean, she was on the brink of death, more or less. And, yeah, that would have been kind of a... I mean, sure, she probably did save many lives here, but, you know, for I guess, for how important she is for our mission of finding a literal dragon of the first brood and potentially, you know, bringing the 13th back from complete darkness. I feel like that's a bit more important than a couple people in Garlemald, although obviously it's always great to save lives. It would have been a bit of a stupid death. Let's put it that way. King of the Mountain. Are we finally going to get to the dungeon? I feel like I've streamed for almost 5 hours and still not even at the dungeon. Holy shit. I keep talking about a lot of that. Well, granted, I also did make a couple of breaks and whatnot. Anyways, let's actually get to it. As Alice said, many people owe Zero their lives. This is not her world, nor her battle to fight, yet she risked life and limb for us nonetheless. That will not be soon forgotten. Now then, I expect that our friends will return soon. Once everybody has gathered, we can take stock of the situation. I do wonder if Justinian and the others had to fight equally as many Voidsent as we did. Apologies for the delay. I finished replenishing my ether. Full glad I am to hear it. We must thank you again, Zero. Indeed, many are still alive because of you. Those soldiers not least of all. How fared you? Better than I did, by all accounts. We had to contend with our fair share of Voidsent en route to the Snowcraft, but we had the benefit of numbers. With their help, we quickly dispatched all the Voidsent that came our way. Thankfully, they stayed dead in our world. We were trying to decide what to do next when we received word about the transport. Which is how Alice, him, and I came to find you. While the immediate threat has been addressed, we cannot rest easy yet. For Voidsent to appear in such numbers, we must assume that a void gate has indeed been opened nearby. Meaning, more of them can come through at their leisure. It seems the best course of action is to investigate Lapis Manalis, as you intend. What is the state of the Snowcraft? Nearly operational, I believe. Vitra is with the engineer, who is hard at work as we speak. Why don't we join them in Cerulean engines? Finally, a chance to go on the offensive. That is something Alice gets behind. I would join you as well. I wouldn't dream of refusing you, but what did you have in mind for payment? Payment won't be necessary. I will do this because I want to. You have kindled something within me. A compulsion, a desire to act that has been burning since you came to my aid out in the snow. I do not understand it, but I wish to, and to that end I will heed it. Then perhaps I'll understand your answer. I would also like to join you in tracing the Voidsent to their origin, though that would mean neglecting my duties here. Don't worry about us. Between my people and the contingent, we can keep things running well enough. Just find where the Voidsent are coming from, and see that they stop. Take care, Zero. I will.
Oh boy. This is gonna get interesting. I mean, we pretty much know at least who's sending the Voidsent, not necessarily why they're doing it. I mean, we kind of, it depends on how you're looking at it, right? Ever since we've seen, what's his name again? Well, the big baddie in the 13th, right? He did seem intent on somehow doing stuff across, you know, the rift, not only in the void. So we do know where it's coming from and who's doing it, but still I have absolutely no clue what he wants to achieve with it. I've no intention to pry, but it seems Zero is quite unaccustomed to the kindness of strangers. She reminds me of myself when we first met. Distrustful of outsiders, hatefully. Unwilling to believe anyone would offer anything without some manner of exchange. I know not how or why she found herself willing to go to such lengths on our behalf, but I have no doubt now you and your comrades will be better for her company. Very much seems to be the case, to be honest. I also have to commend them for, you know, it's always a struggle and it's never, you know, entirely perfect, I would say, but they need to display significant character changes like that in a fairly short time span, right? When you really think about it, it hasn't been that long at all since Zero didn't even know us, yet alone, you know, came to the source and learned of how things are here. It does help, obviously, that there are breaks in between the patches because, well, that does kind of assume that she had at least a couple of days minimum in Ratzatan to get accustomed to daily life in the source. But, you know, it's still a very, very short time span. So, again, to have these very significant and honestly life-changing character development moments with these characters, it's not that easy to bring that across as genuine when you don't have that much time to develop these things, right? And to that end, it's not even just about time, because I'm pretty sure that, you know, they do usually like take their time with moments. I mean, I literally said so earlier when we saw that scene between Julius and Zero when they were just eating the dumplings. It's not like they don't want to take their time with it, but it's also about pacing of the story itself, right? So, you know, if you're sacrificing the pacing of a story completely and you know, grind it to a halt just to make a character's development more believable, then that doesn't really help, right? It might help to understand that particular character, but if it destroys in contrast, if it destroys the pacing of the story completely, then it wasn't really worth it. So it's a very, very delicate balance that they need to find between developing the characters in a way that feels natural, doesn't destroy the pacing of the story, yet also works with the little time we kind of have in a patch. And I would say, even though it's not always perfect, right? It works very, very well, and certainly much better than what a lot of other games are able to pull off. Though it obviously also helps that they can draw on our experience and knowledge about all the other characters, right? So if a character like, I'll say, Alphino, what have you, that you know very, very well from multiple years of doing stuff with them, then it's way easier to sort of have those characters interact and say something or do something in order to make another character's change feel more natural, I would say. One thing that I don't know if it's just me, but one thing that I've noticed throughout this patch so far, and it's not only exclusive to the main story, but also in the animations that they did specifically, mostly for Kryl, in the Alliance Raid questline that I did yesterday, I find it interesting that they seem to be experimenting more with facial animations. Now, facial animations arguably... Oh, Graha, what are you doing here? Facial animations arguably have been fairly good for the sort of technical baseline that they have here, right? They've been pretty good over the last couple of years. And then, you know, not least with 5.3's ending cutscene, which was mostly even, what's it called? What is it with me forgetting like names of things today? Motion captured. That's what I was looking for. They've upped the game quite a bit in terms of animating not only characters but also food and other things. That being said, one thing that I found particularly interesting this time around with this patch is that they've also upped the game in terms of eye animation. And what I find so interesting is that, you know, a lot of games these days have very, very intricate character models, right? With millions of polygons and, you know, really, really natural looking skin and even potentially very natural looking facial animations. But they always seem to, as cool as those games look, right? And I'm talking about a lot of AAA games here. You know, let it be Horizon or Assassin's Creed and whatnot. Games arguably are getting better with that in the last sort of 2 years, but I still see many, many games that have trouble with recognizing very, very simple things that nonetheless add to, you know, a much more believable character model in the end. And I think that is something that, for example, The Witcher 3 has pulled off brilliantly, where they don't even do that much in terms of character animations, but they focused on the things that are very important to us as humans, right? The things that we mostly tend to look out for. That's the things that they nailed in The Witcher 3, which is why the cutscenes arguably look very, very believing and convincing, while still not being, you know, I guess, very expensive to develop, right? Because they had to do a lot of them for all the quests and for how long the game is and expansive and whatnot and so on and so forth. Thing here, same thing here in 14. They focus on stuff that is very important. They focus on, you know, mouth movement, but only when it's really necessary. They focus on eye movement, but only when it's really necessary. And most of all, they know when to not move a character, right? That is the biggest sort of, the biggest error that I see a lot of animators actually make is that they over-animate stuff. Whereas we humans, not only are we actually not that expressive most of the time, especially in normal conversation, we're not that expressive at all. But we also tend to do, you know, our sort of, what's it called? Not only eye movement, but also our sort of limb movement, the overall movement of our body is quite a bit more rough and, shit, what's the word? Like it's not very smooth at all. I don't know if you've ever noticed that, but typically people will, when they move their arms or when they move their eyes, it's not a smooth movement at all. It's actually a very jagged movement most of the time. Obviously, it still has like a bit of a wind-up to it, and that is very, very difficult to really capture in terms of animation, unless you do motion capture it. But a lot of games will tend to smooth animations way too much, or have eyes move either way too much or way too little, or in a very unnatural way. The same for mouth movement, right? And then a lot of games, for some reason, also have huge trouble displaying proper teeth, right? They're giving the teeth, honestly, way too much attention, and it just looks unnatural. And, well, I just have to commend 14 for exactly knowing what they need to show in terms of animations and what they can get away with in terms of not showing to make it look very human and believable while not necessarily having the greatest sort of technical baseline to work with. And honestly, and that's kind of sad to see in a bit of a way, but it's definitely something that I've noticed a lot over the last 10 years with games, you know, getting more and more realistic in terms of their sort of basic technological construct and graphics, is that the more realistic the graphics have become, the less effort seems to have been put into making things believable, right? They kind of seem to think that by having beautiful graphics or very high resolution textures or whatever have you, they don't need to make things believable anymore because it already is through technology, but that's actually not the case. There are a lot of very, very fine intricacies to animation, character movement, but not only characters, also object movement is a big thing that games still, honestly, haven't even been close to figuring out, right? Which is a big thing. I mean, I did play Stray recently, right? And while the game does look very, very beautiful and does a lot in terms of, you know, the cat's animations and stuff. So there's a lot of things in that game that is really well done. What it absolutely fails on, though, and that's not, you know, nothing against Stray. It is an indie game. It's actually quite a small project, I guess, in comparison. It's just a good example because, well, you're a cat. So you throw objects off of, you know, cupboards and just in general, you throw objects off of things, right? And throw them on the ground. I threw it on the ground, right? And those objects don't behave realistically at all, right? You move objects like paint canisters and stuff that would in real life weigh at least a couple of kilograms, right? Or at least like 1 to 2 kilograms. And they flip around as if they're made out of feathers. Right? And that's, again, not a problem that is exclusive to Stray at all, but a problem that a lot of AAA games struggle with. And for some reason, that has not been something that has been addressed at all. And I still notice that across so many games that they have trouble. Well, the big thing are trains. Trains are never displayed realistically at all in games, but even cars struggle a lot, right? And I'm not talking about a game like Grand Theft Auto, where, you know, car movement and behavior, well, first of all, it's not entirely realistic anyways, because it needs to serve sort of the gameplay, right? So it's very gamey in that sense, but it's perfectly fine, and it achieves what it sets out to do. What I'm talking about is whenever there is like car animation, and I always remember that being a big thing in an Uncharted or a game like The Last of Us, where cars would come in and their animation wouldn't be very realistic at all. They didn't really have sort of conservation of energy, right? Where they kept their movement going. And those are static animations, right? Those are not things that the game needs to calculate at all. Those are things that are hand animated at one point and then they just stay that way. And I've noticed that being particularly bad. Well, okay, so in the case of The Last of Us, especially The Last of Us 2 and everything, they have done a pretty good job in comparison to their earlier tries. And The Last of Us in general is really, really good in terms of animation. It's definitely one of the best examples we have. But even they struggle with that. And then you can imagine that other games struggle a lot more, right? And have huge problems making animation, specifically in cutscenes, look believable because it feels like, well, I don't know, maybe it is a budgetary or time constraint or whatever, but it feels like they're sometimes simply forgetting how these things work in real life. And that's very, very jarring to see a lot of the time. Anyways, though, all that is to say, Final Fantasy honestly does a very, very good job with the limited technological baseline they have here. And to a degree, I think that it even facilitates them having to make it exceptional, believable, because they can't rely on pretty graphics looking good, right? So they have to nail the animation instead. And it's just interesting to see that, right? How with prettier graphics, sadly, a lot of the time, it seems like they're not actually putting that much effort into other things then, right? Which is why I personally am never really that fond of super pretty graphics, because a lot of the time it will mean that they're honestly pretty bad in other aspects. And one big, sad, very disappointing example that's coming up seems to be the new Hogwarts game. I know that some people are looking forward to that, and don't get me wrong, from a graphical perspective, it looks absolutely beautiful. And the idea of being, and I know I've talked about this in the past too, the idea of being able to walk through a really beautifully recreated Hogwarts is cool. But what they've shown of character interactions, right? Character animations, character voice acting, and the writing of dialogue, holy shit, has that been bad. The few things that I've seen, like the first gameplay show, or was it the second one? One of the long gameplay showcases that they did, I honestly thought that I was watching back, like, I don't know, maybe Assassin's Creed 2 from like, what, 13 years ago or something? Honestly, there was better voice acting and dialogue in a game like Oblivion. And yeah, I mean, what's the point of having a truly beautiful Hogwarts to walk around in if every single interaction you have feels like a game from 13, 14 years ago, right? And don't get me wrong, I know that I'm slightly exaggerating here, but also I'm kind of not, sadly, and yeah. I don't know. I'm certainly not going to be playing it unless they can somehow convince me big time that it's actually worth it, which I don't think they'll be able to. Anyways, for the sake of our friends, I pray we succeed in our mission. The Void Gate is of course our main objective, but if we can also find useful salvage, then all the better. I'm glad the engineer is safe. I'd never forgive myself if something had happened to him on our account. To have to go to such lengths to traverse a single mountain. The people of this land do not have easy lives. Mammoth is an apt name for the craft. Its prodigious size made defending it difficult, but it came through unscathed. Vitra insisted on staying behind to guard the snowcraft. He's anxious to get up that mountain, and understandably so. 'Tis good to see you all safe and well. The craft stands ready, and I'm pleased to say, our engineer friend has worked tirelessly. His zeal a match for any of my alchemists. Alrighty then.
There you are. Timing couldn't be better. Thanks to Varshan's help, I've managed to finish the repairs faster than I anticipated. The Mammoth's ready for the snow once more. You can leave the piloting to me too. It'll be my pleasure to get you to where you need to go.
You are too kind. Thank you. Let's be on our way then, shall we?
Apis Manal is now accessible. Well, that only took me about 5 hours, huh? Alright, are they gonna say the same thing, or...?
No. When we find whoever's responsible for unleashing the Voidsent, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind.
As we hopefully demonstrated, we'll still be capable of holding our own in battle, which is to say, please don't hesitate to rely on us. I very much will, thank you.
If there's indeed a Void Gate, then there will be Voidsent, and not merely less at once. Be on your guard for all manner of threats. Once aboard the Mammoth, we will all need to change into attire more suitable for combat. It can be no coincidence that a Void Gate has opened where Vitra sensed his sister. In all likelihood, something is in the offing and we must be prepared.
You could have just... Why would you change your clothes? What the hell? As if that wouldn't be... As if her other clothes are more ready for battle. What the hell? Well, maybe they're in line with some ether lining or something. I don't know. I don't make a habit of finding a top Magitech, but it shouldn't be any more difficult than doing so astride a dragon. I welcome the change of pace. Wait, we can take Washan too? Oh, right. Wasn't he already a possible trust in another dungeon? Wait, was he? Was he in 6.2? I don't actually remember. He might have been. Come, let us find the truth of my sister's aura. Alrighty, well, I'm definitely taking 0. And I have to take Washan since he is the only tank, I think.
If you insist.
Together, then.
Alright. Wait, and Alphino is the only healer we have? Okay. Well, sorry guys, you'll have to stay behind. Memoriat. Satrap. I find their, what's it called? Job description very interesting. Is this at... This is actually at 100%. I guess I never changed this. Alright. There we go. God, I love snow levels. Every single time. Those are always my favorite parts of games. I don't know really why, but they've always been. Holy shit. Alright. Did not realize that it would indeed be this large. I guess it had to be for us to be able to fight on top of it. Careful up there. You're not like to see much through the snow. Honestly, the portraits could be a bit bigger. I don't know why they are so small. Yeah, let's do that. All right. By the way, I'm actually quite a fan of these types of dungeons. I mean, they can sometimes be somewhat annoying, you know, in terms of the expert roulette, because it will mean that, you know, it just takes a bit longer for you to be able to, you know, actually get through it, since you can't decide to run faster, right? You're pretty much stuck on this platform now. That being said,
that's far enough. You cannot stop us.
They're a nice change of pace, quite honestly, and I also think that they are.
You cannot stop us.
I don't know. They're typically very well designed. I don't know what it is about them. It's the same with the dungeon in the Magitech, or on the Magitech train, right? Ooh, hello. Oh, so cool. What the fuck? What an awesome background.
Out of my way.
How cool. Not only are we going on top of the mountain, but you know, we can actually see the Tower of Babel in the background. I know I've mentioned this all before, but same thing what I said yesterday about how they're, you know, showing the Crystal Tower and the Dalamut shot when you're in Umphalos. Hopefully that's the last one of those winged bastards. I'm afraid this is as far as the mammoth will go. You'll have to make it the rest of the way on foot. Yeah, it always helps to have these big landmarks in the background to just establish distance, right? And establish where the hell you even are. Wow, this looks cool. And then with the snow up there falling down. Even with that, they're just focusing, even though the game itself, you know, as I said now multiple times, has a bit of a, you know, is not on that much of a technical sort of foundation, but they're doing the right things to still make it look very, very beautiful. I mean, look at that snow in the background. The way like it glitters in the air is just, it just looks crazy good. White as far as the eye can see. Are we on top of an actual glacier? I think we might be. Oh, I think it's just a more or less a frozen waterfall as far as I can see. I honestly still find it somewhat weird that they decided to put in the damage indicators of whether or not it's magical or physical for your own attacks as well. I just didn't expect that. Because it seems so obvious, right, for most of these things? Oh wait, we're actually going that way. Cool. God, I love this dungeon. What an awesome setup. Okay, this must have been the entrance to the village. Those black pieces of cloth are actually quite ominous. I guess that's what Reaper would have, you know, been like. Honestly, looking at this, so obviously this tower now is quite a bit bigger than what the capital Garlemald looked like in the past, but it is very, very interesting to me looking at it from this direction. First of all, how mountainous the area is around it. That is very unusual for sort of a capital city, although considering Garlemald's history, it does make sense, right? Because this is just where they came from. But it's also quite interesting that through this mountainous area, there were apparently places like this, right? Like small villages that were arguably somewhat far away from civilization in terms of attitude, I guess. But still very much somewhat close just by distance. I don't know, it's very interesting detail. Oh no! Run, little ones. There we go, first boss fight over there, I presume. Also makes me wonder how cold these places are typically, and how, I guess,
That's far enough.
How cold they would stay. So would this waterfall ever really be unfrozen, or is this always what it looks like? Oh boy. Almost looks very dangerous. Hello, who the hell are you? Cute little lake. Man, as always with these places, right? Just imagine this, like without the enemies, just as a normal sort of game environment. Would be really, really beautiful and quiet spot, right? If this beast would bar our path. Albion. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Does Zero not have the Reaper buff, by the way? I guess she's not doing that.
Got you!
Something is happening. Oh. Well, that is certainly interesting. That's a lot of Gobweb. What the hell are they doing here? Okay, that is probably one of... Oh, God. Yeah, well, whatever. I think this is one of my favorite AoE indicators ever. Wait, technically, I guess it's not an indicator, but... Okay, let's say one of my favorite AoEs ever that I've seen in game. Icebreaker. Imagine we'll have to potentially hide behind one of these things. There we go. I was gonna say, if there are ice clumps like this, you can bet on them being used as a means to hide from some attack. I don't know, I feel like that's always the case, or has that ever not been the case?
Out of my way!
Do the animals come running again? Yeah, they do. Let's just go here then. I just need to be careful of the second wave appearing. Oh, this time they're back there. It's just, I don't know. It's a very, very cool idea, don't get me wrong. It's a lot though, right? Isn't it just... How many animals are hiding in these mountains that they can constantly come running like that? Pretty funny, to be honest. Alright, there we go. Wait, materia? Wait. Since when are they doing that? Okay. That is unexpected. Usually they... Have they ever just given materia for a boss fight? Not that I'm complaining. I can actually use materia way more than the... Aww. I wanted to go on to that. And it's a pretty beautiful lake, isn't it? Well, I suppose there's going to be more treasure coffers around. This looks to be a pretty huge cave, to be honest. Oh, wait, yeah. I almost forgot the village is supposed to be located within the cave, right? That's what we heard. Nice crit. Well, I'll just be using LB on the next pull. Obviously, I could have also pulled them all together, but I want to take my time with these. If I'm doing them with trusts for the first time, right, I can also just take my time and pull one-on-one instead of wall-to-wall. Pretty beautiful cavern. Considering that the lamps are still lit, I presume that whatever sent in the Void Send is still here. Oh, it's just 2 targets? Seriously? Eh. Maybe I should have hit the other pole then. Oh, well. I couldn't have known.
mercy.
I was gonna say, who's like shouting so much, but Zero apparently does a lot of movement for her attacks. Ah, this looks cool. Oh, it is partially destroyed though. Fucking hell, I want to visit these places when they're still whole. This almost reminds me of a place in, you know, it's sort of a cross between Dark Souls 2 and I was going to say Genshin Impact. There was something somewhat similar to this in Genshin, but... Huh. Ring of Casting. Oh, fuck. For a second there, I thought there was a corpse lying in there, but it's a target dummy. Huh. What is it doing in the bed, though? Maybe they had to flee and they put it there so that people thought that somebody was still in bed? Sort of as a distraction? Will they even have a field in here? How? Yeah. Definitely looks like this village was self-sufficient at a time, right? Oh, I also like the detail of them pulling these ropes on the stones so that they can't sort of cave in. The presence of Voidsent permeates this place. They do have Garlemald's, you know, symbol there though, suggesting that they weren't fully sort of separate from them, but still, you know, still very much, I guess, following the ideals of the Empire, even though their practice was outlawed, I guess. Or maybe it was more about, I guess, sort of ideals of the past, right? That could also be it, that they, how can I put this? They were following the ideals of a Garlemald that existed prior to Magitech, maybe. Or prior to the practice of Reapers being outlawed. So in that way, you know, putting up that old, potentially old flag might have even been in defiance instead of in support of current day or almost current day Garlemald. Also, I always enjoy when they put records in here. Such a cool detail. Dated records. The assaults from outside tribes have markedly increased of late. The Geraldines proved an especially barbarous thorn in our sides. Their nigh ceaseless pillaging, no doubt an effort to hoard supplies in preparation for the coming winter. Geraldines? Aren't that the ones where your Reaper teacher is coming from? Or am I misremembering that? As I said, I only did one of their quests. It might be, right? I mean, it would make sense to reconnect them to this. No longer able to tolerate the damages suffered by these incursions, the Senate issued an order for the king's assassination, and we Reapers were asked to ready our blades. With the three of the fellows in tow, Galatea set out under cover of night and infiltrated the enemy fortress. The mission was a great success, which soon put the enemy to rout. I have a feeling I might have to reread these pages once I've done the Reaper quests. There definitely seems to be some sort of important connection here. These are, by the way, very intricate and well-built houses for them being in a cave. Trainee warning notice. Aspirants are reminded not to approach the figures of the Pale Harvest without express permission. They should be treated with no less reverence than Galatea herself and are hardly less dangerous. Oh, so Galatea was a Voidsent then? Only those who successfully forge a pact with an avatar may spar with Galatea Pava. They will serve to refine one's use of invocations and tactical coordination.
The Galatea Magna, however, is reserved for those who are able to serve as host to the Avatar. This periculous mannequin is designed to push a Reaper to their limits, if not beyond them. Learn to walk in death's shadow, and you shall know no fear. It's definitely also having a bunch of different training grounds here, which is why the training dummies are all over the place and target practice stuff. Emperor Solus is convinced this Magitech will spark a revolution in warfare as we know it. As he devotes further resources to its advancement, our arts continue to fall out of favor. I fear the age of the Reaper has come to an end. After all our forebears have sacrificed for the good of the Empire, the blood spilled, the lives lost. They would dare deem us relics of a bygone era. Indeed, they believe the future lies with their Reaper battle armor. Honestly, kind of brings up the question of what Xenos thought of Reapers, right? Because, I mean, when they showed Xenos off as being a Reaper in the expansion trailer, I never really thought about it being a custom or a style of fighting that originated in Garlemald, right? So I wonder what he knew about it. Because I feel like with how Xenos' body had been altered, I feel like he would have probably had great interest in their arts, and because I feel like, I don't know, Xenos just strikes me as a person that doesn't necessarily find that much fulfillment in Magitech, right? Because it's not himself that is doing it, it's the machines. So I think he would have been much more interested in this Reaper cult. You know, not only when he, well, finally became a Reaper, but way, way, way beforehand. So I wonder if, you know, this means that he had always wanted to become one, but just for whatever reason didn't really have the chance to do so. I hate that you sometimes accidentally target your party members when you're together with trust. I think I would be able to change that in the settings somehow, but I do it so rarely that it doesn't really, you know, it's not that important.
Out of my way!
Ooh. See somebody or something all the way back there in the cave to the right. Might be the next boss.
Got you!
Oh yeah, it is. Or is... wait. You see that? All the way back there? Like... where my head is now, or my nameplate? Wonder if there are two. Are we now fighting an actual Reaper of this order? Also makes me wonder when this was destroyed. So the records are pretty dated, right? The notes that we find here suggest that they were just talking about the, you know, upcoming Magitech revolution. Whereas now, this is all obviously, you know, 10, 20 years ago, at least. Just wonder when this was, you know, abandoned, or when the cave-in happened and they didn't, you know, rebuild it again or something. Dollmaster's Memorandum. Oh, is that the doll they're talking about? It's not an actual Reaper? Maintenance of the Galatei. Oh, there's multiple of them, alright. Must be handled with the utmost of care. The delicate art of their making has long since been lost, making repairs difficult and reproduction all but impossible. The knowledge was kept secret, passed down to those who would inherit the position of Master Dollmaker. That is, until one man chose to break with tradition. He claimed to be leaving on a journey in pursuit of an unparalleled beauty, but we never learned the truth of it. The only thing that is certain is the art of our forebears left with him.
what the hell are they doing here? Somehow I feel like this is gonna have bigger implications than what we realize. I was gonna, either this somehow connects back to Xenos, or to, you know, Big Baddie in the Void. Why do I always forget his name? Yeah, the one with the black armor. Because I'm wondering, if these are training dolls, you know, maybe the way they were built has something to do with them also being infused with a void scent of some sort? Which is why they can actually, you know, be used for training as almost a thinking opponent? Magic puppets, here. Stop getting in front. I mean, I wonder why they made them look so sexy. Okay, yeah, so there's a bunch of them lying around here. That actually looks really creepy. What the fuck? There are all these lifeless dolls just sitting around. The way they're propped up, lying all over the place. So there's like smaller versions of them, but also then bigger, and this one is an actual sort of still living one. Holy shit, that looks creepy, doesn't it? Their blank stare? Look at that! Fuck. Honestly, they look better than the near equivalent of the androids. Because these somehow look more immersive and more real. Yeah, I do wonder though, if they've been imbued with some sort of void scent magic or ether or something to make them, you know, be something akin to a living being. Commencing basic training regimen. Your time to completion will be recorded. Alright. Oh, alright. To move quite a bit quicker than I thought. Leave no openings. Your strikes must be quick and decisive. Oh. I was expecting her to do that again, what she did previously. Soul Nebula. Isn't that an actual name of the Reaper skills? Wait, so this is gonna go off, or this is where she teleports second, I presume? Oh.
I am of the first brood.
Okay. That's a pretty cool attack. Not at all what I was assuming from the attack indicators, but certainly very cool. Tenebrism. So we need to look away from each other. Am I getting that right? Huh. That's interesting. That concludes your basic training. Commencing advanced training regimen. That's honestly really cool. Remain calm and collected, no matter your circumstances. I love how the boss is literally giving you tips. For how creepy they look, she's actually quite nice. Ooh. That looks very interesting. Okay, so she does a diagonal attack. Can we not just stand in the middle for most of the time? Oh, fuck. Completely forgot this. The middle was third, right? Ooh, that was almost bad. Okay, so you kind of only really have to move once. Remember, you must hone your skills daily. It will be key to your survival.
Out of my way!
I really like her. She's a really cool boss fight for a dungeon. Regimen complete.
An equal to Drusilla. Extraordinary. Aw. Wait. Oh, she's an actual doll. I didn't even see that from further away. Oh, sorry, I don't want to look up your skirt. Oh, you can't. Okay, this is... But look at fucking how creepy they look! Are you kidding me? Please, Vashan, don't stand in my way. Wow! This place is haunting. What the hell? Her sitting over there? I wonder, you know, with how they're propped up and lying about, I wonder if they even use that as a sort of training as well, right? To not fear in darkness. Something like that. I mean, I feel like being in this cavern, surrounded by dolls that can literally, you know, be or come alive by themselves. I wonder if that also was some sort of mental training that they were doing. Which does certainly... Ooh, hello. Certainly brings up the question of what we'll be facing all the way at the end. Huh. Funnily enough, something about this, even though it doesn't really make any sense, I think, but somehow this is reminding me just a teensy bit of the third Shadowbringers dungeon. Just a tidbit. But I think that's just more or less coincidence for the most part. So there's a bunch of... Wait, is that ether? No, this would be ceruleum, right? Those are ceruleum veins, I presume? Wait, we fell down now, though. So, originally we were looking for the Void Gate, right? Well, it looks like we're definitely approaching it. How many Voidsent are here, it seems. Nothing seems to be indicating anything that's off, though. I mean, yeah, sure, it's a giant cave full of what I presume to be ceruleum, but other than that, it doesn't necessarily look, you know, dangerous, per se. Or like a place that would be used for a Void Gate for any particular reason. I mean, maybe it's sort of the energy that is inhibited by, or the, I mean, the way ceruleum works is that it also has to contain sort of large amounts of ether energy, right? Even though the Garleans aren't magical per se, their machines are more or less still using the stored energy in the ether of the ceruleum. So I wonder if, you know, this much ceruleum being here does somehow facilitate the forming of a Void Gate more easily than what would otherwise be the case.
This will hurt.
We can also see the void in the background, and it does seem to be a very large one. Wait, isn't it more or less equal to the one that we saw on top of Crystal Tower during that questline? It looks to be of equal size, right? But then again, I don't fully remember if you could actually judge these by size. I mean, by visual appearance, I mean, right?
No mercy.
Size can mean different things. It can be sort of the innate ethereal energy in them rather than what size they look to be. Although it would probably be, you know, closely related to that, in all honesty. Wow, holy shit. A bunch of you guys here.
Out of my way!
This is a cool pull. Oh shit, wrong attack.
There!
Oh, I also... Wait a second, let me just hit them still. Completely forgot that the LB was already full again. Oh well. You know, we've been dealing with Magitech and Ceruleum for a very long time. Honestly, almost as long as we have with Voidsend. But I've never properly thought about its properties. I mean, it's made out to be pretty much oil, right? If you want to come up with the real world equivalent, but oil doesn't fully behave this way, I guess. Huh. It's ether oil, I guess. You could call it, right? Well then, let's see what kind of beast we find here. Hi. Oh.
All shall cower before the might of Archfiend Cagnazzo!
Cagnazzo. Why do they all have, I presume, Italian names? Drowned King Cagnazzo. Okay. Cool. I like the music. I think it's the battle music from wherever game they're from, like the Final Fantasy title. It's just that I don't really know because I haven't played them. I plan on doing so though, so I'm very much looking forward to, you know, rediscovering all of these things and their place in the Final Fantasy universe.
Don't disappoint.
Don't disappoint. I like their voice acting.
Brace yourself.
Stygian Deluge. I presume that's just going to be a raid fight? Yep. Ah.
I bring my all to bear.
Wait, is he actually making the... what's it called? Is he actually making the, Cerulean Rise? Oh.
I am of the first brood.
Well, that was pretty cool. I guess you just always wait for the safe spot and get knocked back into it. Can I not just stand here? I don't think he's ever gonna come this way. Huh. Interesting that they decided to make his line AoE way smaller than his hitbox. That is honestly quite unusual.
Wonder how you'll taste.
No mercy.
It's also funny how there is a literal safe spot there. First tight. Ooh, what is that? Wow, you have a stack with... Oh, it's so beneficial to finally have that. I can't believe how well that works, or how good it is to finally have those, you know, counters appear there. That honestly helps way more than I ever thought it would. Which, to be perfectly honest, I'm, you know, seeing how beneficial that can be, specifically for party finder content and so and stuff where you can't communicate over Discord. Yeah, it just makes me wonder why they did take so long to implement that. And it kind of went nuts with the animations in this dungeon, right? Oh, no, well, one of the animations I was referring to was the one in the instance battle with Zero. That was also pretty cool. Well, that AoE's poorly placed. What is that? Oh, hello. Do they do that more often? Ah, they do. Yeah, they're... Wow. In terms of mechanics, this dungeon is quite a bit more interesting compared to what they did in the past. Most of all because the bosses seem to actually have proper, you know, rotations rather than repeating everything right away. Well, not right away, but you get what I mean, right? Like usual dungeon bosses have a rotation that lasts for about half of their HP bar at most, and then they just repeat their stuff. But this one, or these ones in here, seem to have way more of an intricate rotation to them. I'm saying way more, not way more, but certainly, you know, a bit more. At least to the point where they feel more interesting. Big fan. I like it. I probably should have looked at my tombstones prior to entering, though. Yeah, I like that a lot. Let's see. What does everybody tell me? Well, that was a challenge. Why do you suppose they chose here for their lair? So goes yet another archfiend. I feel your presence, sister. Where are you? Do you not have anything to say? I've never seen a void send with such command over water. Isn't it ceruleum, though? I mean, kind of the same thing in this particular case. That they could open so large a gate is troubling. I also feel like we're going to be discovering that this guy has sucked up a bunch of ether of Ashdaya, and Vashan probably being disappointed that it's not actually his sister that is here, but rather, you know, the ether of her. I feel like we've gotten this gear quite a bit already. Don't know where it originally stems from, though. Should I just desense these? Probably, right? Let's do that real quick. Doesn't need to level my desense again. And I also probably need a bunch of the, what are they called? Immutable solutions, because at least I think new crafter gear should have been released with the patch. The last one for Endwalker, if I'm not mistaken. Oh well. Didn't get any, but whatever.
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo. A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
I actually wonder, can he not tell that Cagnazzo has some of her ether in him? Or maybe that's not it. Maybe he could just sense the void portal?
I dare say what you felt was this.
Alright, so it was correct in that. Oh!
By the sisters.
He has one of her eyes? Okay, I did not anticipate that. Although now, looking back, it seems like a logical course of action.
What have you done to Ashdaya?
I completely somehow blanked on, even though with everything that I've done, specifically with having done Dragon Songs for Prize for like the last 3 months, and I still completely forgot about the fact that dragons draw their power from their eyes. So naturally, that's what they would have taken. Well, wait a second, she could have only had 2 eyes, though. What did the others take? Or didn't they get any of the actual powerful elements of her?
If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez.
Right, Golbez is the name I always seem to be forgetting for some reason. Well, to be fair, Golbez hasn't really done that much, I feel like, up until this point. He's just been sort of a mysterious opponent as of now.
Assuming you've the strength to face him. A pity I will not see the plan to fruition, but my part is done, and to fight with the thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
At long last, I go to join the great flow.
Won't you leave behind the eye, though? Yeah. Isn't that a good thing? That we have at least have that back? Because they also won't be able to use it against us, right?
By the gates closing, there can be no doubt that he was the one who opened it.
Well, that was sort of anticlimactic. Wait, what was the point of the entire thing, though?
Oh, Ashdaya. I prayed we might meet once more.
She is likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
So what now?
Music every single time.
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more void scent.
Very well. Let us take a moment to consider our options.
I don't get what the purpose of all of this was. So, if they, for some reason, wanted to enter the source, then I guess oh, I need to change my controller here in a bit. But, you know, if they indeed wanted to, or, you know what, I'm just gonna, let me quickly grab the cable. Oh, this doesn't create some weird sounds, but there we go. Whoop, loading cable. All right. What did I want to say? Right, so if for some reason these Voidsents wanted to get to the source, utilizing an area that they're possibly somewhat familiar with because of the Reapers that lived here, and, you know, if they have summoned in a lot of Voidsent over the years as their avatars, then you'd assume that a lot of Voidsent could be somewhat familiar with this area, right? And since Voidsent feed off of each other, they would have kept those memories, I guess, of this place. So choosing this as a place to, I guess, go through to the source, that I feel like makes sense. The big question remains of why would you do that in the first place? Because as, you know, threatening as they weren't an entire army, right? Certainly nothing that would overtake the source. So what exactly was the point here? Are they trying to bait us? Maybe by getting the eye of Ashdaya into our possession, maybe they want to follow us or something? That would only really work if, I guess, Golbus is aware of us. I mean, we have defeated Barbarizia, right? So, but does he really know who we are? For example, that we were the ones that also tempered with the Void Gate back at the Crystal Tower, and you know, delved into the World of Darkness and so and those things. Because Golbus hasn't seen us directly, and with us, I not only mean the Warrior of Light, but everybody in our party. And neither have we seen him. We've dealt with his, you know, I don't even know what they're called. His well, they're not really minions, but his super bosses. I don't know. I honestly struggling to see where this is going. Why does he look so defeated? We're closer to finding his sister, are we not? Yeah, he's holding her eye. They should go so far as to use Ashdaya's eye as bait. Could they be after? Yeah, that's the big question here, right? Oh, Ashdaya. Because I don't get it either. The eye is pretty much one of the most powerful things they have, correct? They try to keep that. So, we have discovered the source of the Voidsent outbreak in Garlemald. A gate forced open from the void. The barrier between our worlds is especially thin here, I suspect. Elsewise, I see little reason why the Reapers chose to live in such an inhospitable place. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I guess the Reapers probably also chose this place for that specific reason, even back then, right? So it's maybe not even really that it's because the Voidsent knew the place from being, you know, summoned here by Reapers, but rather that, you know, this type of magic is just best facilitated by this place. Once again, though, wondering if it has anything to do with the surroundings to Rulium, or if that's just on accident. I don't know. Which is yet another interesting cultural clash, right? Assuming that the Ceruleum does have something to do with Voidgate being more easily opened, wouldn't, in a kind of a weird twist, if, you know, the Garleans started using a lot of ceruleum in the surrounding area for their magitech, wouldn't that also mean that like, if my theory is true, I guess it also would have meant that the sort of the power to draw void send forth from the void would have been diminished for the Reapers, right? Simply because the I guess abundant ethereal energy of the ceruleum would have been used up by the magitech, rather than for summoning in void send. Even if the conditions are ideal, we're talking about a gate that could pass an archfiend. Opening one so large could not have been easy. Yeah, once again, I mean, isn't that... the gate was pretty much as big as the one that we saw back at the Crystal Tower. At least that's what it looked like. And the Crystal Tower is a huge structure with insane amounts of ethereal energy, right? I mean, wasn't that the whole point? That it was only really possible there to even open the gate, never mind forging a contract with the Cloud of Darkness? So for them being able to just open this up here, well, I guess the Dragon's Eye must have played a role with that, but still. In the Age of Alak, Emperor Zande created an enormous portal using a prodigious amount of ether harnessed by the Crystal Tower. In theory, a similar feat should be possible from within the Void. One need but have the requisite amount of ether, such as that harbored by a great worm's eye. Yeah, okay, so I'm kind of correct on that. So, okay, that also makes sense. It's not necessarily the etheric energy in the source, but more so the one on the plane the gate is opened from. Okay, makes more sense. And its ether is indeed greatly diminished. In his vision, Golbus let his archfiends feed upon Ashdaya's ether. Oh, right, that was a vision we had, not just a cutscene, right? If he has also taken an eye to open this gate. It does not bode well, I know. Nevertheless, we must remain hopeful and continue our search. What I find curious is why our foes chose to strike now, some 5,000 years after Ashdaya vanished into the void. And while their overarching plan remains a mystery, what exactly was Kignazo's plan in that he had part in it that he had finished? Kignazo? Kignazo. Why have I already forgotten how to pronounce that? Yeah, that's the big question. Oh, can I wanted to resize this as well. It's been bothering me for quite a while. What's the most intriguing to me personally is that we have absolutely nothing to go on, right? Typically they tend to at least, you know, throw in things to speculate on. But with Golbas and everything that we've seen so far, yes, sure, we fought him, or we fought his, like, allies and minions, but what exactly is the point here? If Kignazo's intent was for his parting words to give us pause, then he has succeeded. To embrace death, to find satisfaction in oblivion. Perhaps it is indeed true that many Voidsent yearn to return to the life stream. Okay, that is one avenue that I did think about ever since we saw Golbas first sort of talk. Because, well, from what we have seen, especially in that cutscene with Ashdaya, I think, is that he somehow wants to... Or at least that's what it sounded like. I said he wants the Void to, you know, become a proper place again. So, in a funny way, kind of trying the same thing that we are, right? But maybe in a more forceful way, I presume.
Either way, the big question would be, though, how does he want to do that? And how much information does he have, and why does he even have information? Because the whole reflection source business isn't exactly something you can just read up on, right? Even in the 13th? Maybe? Oh. A dragon's resolve. Oh, Ashtaya. What has become of you, that even your eyes should be so spent of ether? I cannot bear the thought of her being held captive a moment longer. But how will I find her? What must I do? Calm yourself, Vitra. I appreciate that you are upset, but such passion clouds your judgment. You must endeavor to remain composed. When your mind is clear, we may consider how to proceed with our search. You are right. In the meantime, I will help Elfino and Alisei back at the village. That sounds like a fine idea. We should go as well. I like that they're just keeping us in the dungeon. It makes the place feel way more real than just having a magical portal at the end that lets you back out. Pray give me a moment longer. I have to at least somewhat agree with Zero here, though. At least we have an eye back. That's better than it being in control, or that's better than our enemies being in control of it. Right? Huh. Ah, well, I guess it's still quite a shock to see, because, well, I guess up until this point, but then again, the vision that we had, we did share, correct? So everybody knew about them feeding on Ashtaya's ether? You know, without the threat of Voidsent and a big void portal being here, this is quite a beautiful, calming place, isn't it? I mean, thinking back to those Reapers, living here doesn't seem half bad, to be honest. I was gonna say, have we removed all the dolls, but no. Just the one in the middle, I guess. Let us take comfort in the knowledge that the Void Gate is closed, and that the people of Garlemald need fear the Voidsent hordes no longer. Oh, you've come too. Leave Vitra be. He needs time alone with his thoughts. We're to help Alphino and Alisei, are we? There's little else of interest here, so I wouldn't be opposed to the diversion. I don't see Vitra with you. Is everything all right? He needs a moment to himself. Well, he's indisposed. He thought we'd lend you a hand. I've just finished patrolling the area, so we're fine on that front. There are no signs of Voidsent, and I doubt we'll see any more now that the gate has been closed. As for Alphino, he's set his sights on the Cerulean Spring. We're hoping to take as much of the stuff as the Snowcraft can bear. Oh, right! I didn't even think about that! Now that that's repaired, they can just come back up here. Oh, that is so cool. Man, I like that, how they're like doing two things at the same time. We're investigating, and then we just happened to come across a possible solution for everybody needing, ceruleum in this particular case. And it just works out so neatly. I mean, you can sometimes say that maybe we're getting a bit too lucky, but then again, it's cool that this way they don't have to, waste time on explaining why they suddenly found, ceruleum. It's a much better solution than the alternatives, right? That much fuel would keep the people warm for a good while. Yeah, honestly, looking at that cave, that could keep a city alive for a couple of years, possibly, right? We've managed to procure a few suitable containers for transporting the ceruleum, and we're about to return to the spring. If you've a mind to scrounge up more containers, I can take what you have now and get them filled. Thank you, Stenian. The more we can load into the snowcraft, the better. Would you and Ishtola mind helping us with our search then? You'll need to take any suitable containers to the spring, and then back to the snowcraft once you've filled them with ceruleum.
Oh, we're actually doing that. Interesting. Bottomless barrel. Okay. Cool. Well, that's going to be helpful. I wonder why they're making us do that. Maybe they want to draw more attention to this village? This is less a container and more a sieve, given its poor condition and visible holes. Oh, that's why it's called bottomless barrel. I thought it was some sort of funny magical thing that allowed you to pour as much as you want into it. Will this be solid enough? These are all wooden boxes, though. And we're about to fill something akin to oil and or, gas into it. Any luck finding a container? Dilapidated barrel. I don't think this is going to be good either. It is a welcome change to have Zero helping of her own volition. Perhaps she is finally beginning to trust us. Well, more so understand us, I think. Let's just go for the sturdy barrel right away. The container appears to be well suited for repurposing. It would be a fine choice for ceruleum storage. Alright. Does make me wonder if the Garleans also used... Because, well, the things that we've seen most of the time in, like, dungeons and so... in locations like that, they always seem to be using metal barrels, right? But... I guess in the past, when they kind of discovered ceruleum for the first time, they probably would have used wooden barrels. And why not? I mean, it's perfectly possible, right? I guess I just considered it to be a very unusual option nowadays. Ever since we've seen, what you would typically assume to be Garlean sort of ceruleum barrels, right? I mean, they've even been used as a weapon against us. Thinking back to, what's the dungeon called? In Silvertear Lake? With Midgardsormr as a boss at the end? Because the first boss is, like, dropping those, what I guess would be ceruleum barrels on you, right? We just need to carry this liquid fire to the snowcraft. Sounds simple enough. Considering the size of the snowcraft, I feel we would have to be running around with at least, 10 barrels each, though. Containers now filled to the brim with ceruleum. If that one has been filled, you should hurry and take it to the snowcraft. Estinian has already seen to the rest. Go on ahead. The others ask that I remain here in the event they find more. Oh, true. We do still need actual suitable barrels to do so, right? So I guess... now they're teleporting us outside. I guess we took everything that we could. Alright, I'm going to be using this as background real quick, because I do need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's return to the topic at hand. I had a quick look whether or not we still had coffee from this morning. There was a bit still left in the can? No. What are those things called? Well, whatever. In the thing. And yeah, it was about, you know, half a cup of coffee or something, but it was still warm. However, it didn't really taste that great anymore. I don't know, something about coffee, you know, when you just keep it in something for too long, especially if it's not super hot anymore, it tends to have this... I don't know, it's honestly quite hard to describe. It tasted a bit too thick almost, right? Anyways, good work, my friend. I expect we'll have a sizable load to deliver. Honestly, considering how giant this thing is, it would be cool to be able to use it in the future for, or rather, well, I guess the Gaulians will do that. I like that it reminds me a lot of the, of like a rocket launch platform. The huge things that will carry rockets to the actual launch site, right? Stolecraft is all but overflowing with cerulean containers. However, several of your comrades have yet to arrive. Perhaps a nearby vantage point will afford you a more favorable view of their return. Okay. Well, not really, right? If they're coming out of the cave, we won't be able to see them from here. Huh. Might observe something else, though?
Is Ritra not back yet?
My apologies for the delay.
Are you all right?
I am. As distressing as this turn of events was, the eye itself gives me cause to hope. While it is no longer possessed of Ashdaya's will, it may yet lead us to her. Were it not for your encouragement, I would never have dared to embark on my search, much less come this far. I will not lose faith. I will find my sister, wheresoever she may be.
We'll return the eye to her, together.
Though tainted, the eye has not fully succumbed to darkness. Ashdaya herself may have been able to resist its influence.
I mean, probably, right? Considering how powerful dragon scales already are against the darkness, I suspect the dragon, even though she's been contained by them or they fed upon her ether, I still imagine that as long as she does remain alive, she will also be, you know, not really consumed or won't turn into void set. That being said, since dragons are drawing the power from their eyes, removing both of them, might be a bit more of an issue. I don't know. I like that small look of Ashtola there. I know that she was mainly looking at the eye in terms of its ethereal structure, right? Because she can do that, but I don't know, something about it is also, these eyes, for the longest time, for us, have, you know, represented well, not only Nidhogg, but certainly, you know, the Dragonsong War and everything that was connected to it. I mean, even after the Dragonsong War, for a very, very long time, Nidhogg's eyes have still given us a lot of trouble. And we also can't forget that we, or I, as the Warrior of Light, we still have Helga's eye in us, right? So, or did we give it back to him? Either way, these eyes have meant a great deal to us, right, over the course of our journey. So, seeing another one is certainly quite, yeah, almost unnerving, isn't it?
Well, as much as we'd love to take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
Indeed. We'll need to keep a close watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well. Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
To free Ashdaya, I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all. After which you may undertake your work without worry.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
What? Why do you ask me this?
Is she gonna stay here?
Because comrades look out for one another. And I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
It's so interesting to me how... I mean, maybe that's also just after 6.0 and everything that we've done, right? This just still seems like such a faraway threat. Yeah, sure, Garlemald has been invaded by Voidsent, right? And sure, it was a big Void Gate and everything. But... I mean, to a degree, it's still... It's mostly... Vitra's objective that we're after. And don't get me wrong, I have nothing against that. It's just, you know, it's much more his personal agenda. And we are sort of helping him rather than fighting against, you know, a world-spanning threat at this point. I find that very, very interesting. It's just, I think... kind of, you have to adjust your thoughts somewhat. It's still quite new to me after everything that we've been through in this game for so long, right? And it's just incredibly intriguing what kind of direction they're going in here. I still don't really see what we'll do next, or also not how it's going to lead us to the next objective, because the trial still is to come, and I just wonder not only what it's going to be, but where it's going to be and why. I'm not your keeper, nor do I know what you expect of me, but I will keep my word. It was good seeing you again. I hope you'll remember to call on us sooner the next time you need help. Somebody say looking for first timers? There's only like a... Oh, I guess there's a bunch of people around. I must apologize for my bout of melancholy. To be so easily shaken ill becomes a great worm. Don't worry about it, man. Just because you're a giant dragon doesn't mean you can't be, you know, overwhelmed by feelings, especially when it's about your family. You have remained at my side and ever offered me support and encouragement. I haven't the words to thank you.
That Ashtaya's eye hasn't succumbed to darkness bespeaks her incredible resilience. So let us trust in the sign that she yet lives, be not deterred in our efforts.
Idra has quelled the tempest within his heart. He should be fine. I like that he can sense that, right? It's so awesome how everything with the dragons has turned out, right? I mean, it's still obviously not at an end. I mean, we're right inside that story, right? But I hope that they never completely sort of, and I'm going to say abandon, but that's, you know, I hope they'll always be there to some degree. Because something about them, even though we've now found out so much about where the dragons came from and everything, I still feel like there's so much more to discover. Not only about them, but even with Omega and... because Omega's still there as well. You can't forget about that. Yeah, it's only a side quest currently, but all these things are still there. And the unique thing about 14, and what I like so much about the game, is that they're not really forgetting that stuff, right? And for the longest time now, all the way up until Endwalker, the most interesting bit about the game was that there always seemed to be one more thing that adds on top of everything we had already done. And yes, there was, right? And it all culminated in us literally going to the edge of the universe to fight some, you know, being that threatened to destroy, well, everything, right? But the reason for why they were able to pull that story off in such a spectacular way was because they never really forget where they came from, and also they really built everything on top of each other, right? And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that the next thing has to build on top of everything, but it just can't forget everything that has already been there, meaning that, you know, we are still the powerful warrior of light that has defeated the Endsinger, right? And these dragons are still the powerful entities that they are. And all of these things mean that, you know, whenever there is a threat of a certain, you know, a threat in a certain way, then all of these people and beings are still going to be here, right? Midgardsormr is still here. Omega's mind is still with us, to a degree at least. And the reflections are still there, right? So much history is still there. And, you know, while that's not always going to be relevant for the adventures in the future, it can't be entirely disregarded either. I don't know. All that is just to say that I'm very, very intrigued how they're going to be managing that. And the thing is, with most other games, I would have completely disregarded it because I would have thought that they won't be able to do that anyways, right? Because they can't write. But with 14, that's a very different story. I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Though we have every faith in you, we will pray for your safety all the same. I'm glad we had the chance to talk, Zero. Take care. Until next time. Till next time. ceruleum has been added to the Unending Codex. Okay. I wonder why we're focusing so much on that all of a sudden. On these sort of Garlean technologies. Maybe it makes sense. I don't know. For centuries, the Garleans warred with the Corvosi for control of the warm and fertile lands south of Ilsabard's central mountains, but they were eventually defeated and driven into the northern wastes. Winters in the Garleans' new home were harsh. The northern seas were bound in ice for most of the year, and the resources of the waters were available for only a slim window. Likewise, farming and rearing animals were possible only at certain times. The land, in other words, could not support a large populace. The Garleans multiplied slowly, and over time were forced to accept being few in number. There was but one benefit to the frigid land, its vast deposits of ceruleum. This deep blue liquid burned as well as oil, and kept the hearth warm during the long dark times of year. Indeed, had it not been for this natural resource, the Garleans would not have survived the severe winter cold. Yet, it was to be a long time before the advent of the ceruleum engine, and the Garleans realized what a boon this liquid was. Something this text does not touch upon, though, is how does it relate to oil in terms of its abundantness, right? Because, well, the big issue in our world is that we can't recreate oil. At least not the kind that's, you know, stored beneath the earth, because it's the result of millions of years of, you know, dead trees and like dead vegetation and animals being pressed together, right? So how does ceruleum work in that regard? Is it also, I don't think it works entirely the same, but is it a resource that can somehow be replenished, or is it some sort of natural etherical thing that needs very specific conditions to even be created? I wonder. I kind of wish they would have touched upon that. I think the Encyclopedia Eorzea has a page on ceruleum, or not a page, but, you know, a paragraph, but I don't think it touches on that either. I suppose it doesn't really matter because, well, technically the Garleans were the only ones that really used ceruleum, and they've only done so for, what, about 50 years, and they're not really going to be doing that in any massive amount soon, so I guess in this world they don't really need to fear running out of it anytime soon, but, you know, if it is a finite resource, a fossil energy, if you will, then, well, it could have that potential of you running out of it. I don't know. It's just very interesting for me to think about. That's the same text as before, right? Am I right in assuming that we are to return to the Void? Now that matters here have been settled, yes. But first, we should return to Ratzatan to prepare. When everyone is ready, let us convene at Megatuta. Alright, so we are finally returning there. It's such an intriguing part of the story here. I mean, I get that they want you to reconvene with the twins and with Julius, and certainly, you know, in terms of character development for Zero, it was quite beneficial to bring all of them together, but at the same time, well, I guess we were lucky that they chose to have the Void Portal be in Garlemald, of all places. I don't know. It's just, there's just something about it, right? In the back of my mind, I keep thinking, well, why did we go there? Almost as if there has to be some other reasoning behind that, right? Something that we can't really see yet.
Oh, what did I sell? Mock crowns. Oh, cool. Are they still worth something? I guess a bit. Ooh. That way. Yeah. There we go. And then I guess... Do I have... What is it? Conrad ingot, rhodium ingot. One 4499. Oh boy. That went down in price, huh? When was it ever that expensive and why? What even is it? Ah, yeah, let's keep it that way. Is that platinum? No, that's rhodium. Conrad ingots, I just put that on here. Ah, should be fine. And this time around, I'm gonna use the aetheryte. Because Megaduta is actually quite far away from here. As much as I like walking through the city, or cities, it's also definitely getting more crowded. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. I was just looking for the quest objective.
If everyone is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
Are they actually just going to bring us into the void again? I guess that answers that question. What the hell?
What was that?
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
It wasn't far from here. Let's go.
Yeah, that kind of looked to be terribly close.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
What has happened?
We were out working our nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom!
Is that above where the dungeon was?
A massive fiend then took to the skies! Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
Did you see where it was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you.
North again?
Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy. This cannot be a coincidence.
In response to Kanyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
Kanyatso. What did I say? Kignatso? Kanyatso? Oh no, Kanyatso, yeah.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm. I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait! You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it. If another flying creature was sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
Really? Don't you think that we'll be able to distinguish between those two?
weren't they able to in the final days as well? I mean, well, when the final days were here, so many things were flying about that I guess Vitra didn't make much of a difference. We can work together on this. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that alone. I do agree with that.
You are right, Estinian. I will gather my soldiers and search the Isle for casualties. The Fiend, I leave to you. The hunt will go more swiftly with help. Zero, might I prevail upon you to accompany him?
Very well.
Then Estinian and I will make for Alzadar's legacy and secure the gate.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response. Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
So, you're telling me they tried to create a void portal by themselves in a place that seemed advantageous to them. We dealt with it, and now they just used the one that we had? How were they suddenly able to break through it? Unless, well, I guess maybe they didn't really want to use it previous to this because they recognized that they would have to use significant force to even get through the thing, right? Because it was closed with the magic of the alchemists here. And maybe they weren't ready yet or didn't want to use, you know, the power required to open it. But us dealing with Kenyazo meant that they were forced to, maybe? We know the Fiend was headed north. That still leaves a lot of ground for us few to cover. We need a way to conduct our search more efficiently. Do you have any ideas? We split up and make inquiries. In other words, we seek help from the locals. If you think it best, then very well. So, where to then? The great work and the encampment at the Hamza Hatchery. If both places are to the north, then the people there may indeed have seen something. Very well, I will head to the great work and leave the encampment to you. I mean, it's just the strangest thing that we haven't really gotten any hint as to why they are suddenly trying to get to the source of all places. Considering the state of the 13th as well. Yeah, sure, I guess it's been closely linked with the source all the time. Because of, you know, Voidsent being summoned here? I know that I keep going back to that, but something just doesn't seem to add up here. Saw the light over at the Buffalo Remnants too, did you? You sent scouts to investigate, but they've yet to report back. We will continue to keep watch here, but if you learn anything, be sure to let us know. These fishermen saw a fiend emerge from the Buffalo Remnants before heading north, you say? I saw what I thought was a ball of flame flung from the explosion, but now I wonder. It flew north, in the direction of Katka. If it is in fact a fiend, then we have trouble on our hands. We must remain vigilant. To be fair, it certainly highlights the danger of keeping the Void Gate here in the first place. I presume you've come to investigate the explosion at the Buffalo Remnants as well.
We've yet to ascertain precisely what happened. Is there any information you can share with us? A fiend emerged from the explosion and flew towards Katka. By the sisters. Had I learned of this sooner? Never mind. There is no time to waste. King Urchin Loaf. Garland Pizza. Wait, are these new things or are they the old stuff? Yeah, whatever. Desires Untold. Still not the patch name. Confound it. We were so concerned with the explosion that we failed to recognize that the threat had not yet passed. We must alert command at once and instruct the people to seek shelter. Is there a way to the top of Katka? Oh, is that the... Oh, that's kind of the mountain in the back. Okay. Didn't even realize that it had a name like that. What? You mean to go there to investigate? And again, you're more than capable of defending yourself. As you wish. We will leave this in your hands. The Giant's Gall grounds are situated at the base of Katka. I myself am not familiar with the mountain paths, but the quarry workers are bound to know many. Oh boy, those were some powerful sneezes. What the fuck? Ugh. Kitano, for instance. He has worked there the longest. Go well, my friend, and may the sisters keep you. Have we heard that the place is called Katka beforehand? I don't really remember that ever being mentioned. I mean, it's been there for the longest time. Once again, though. Isn't the sort of uniqueness of this mountain that it's also filled with ether? I have a feeling they're seeking out places that, you know, in one way or another harbor, you know, significant amounts of ether. You want to climb Katka? You couldn't have chosen a worse time. There was an earthquake earlier and it triggered a rock slide. I'm afraid the main path to the summit may be blocked. But if you're determined to go, then I suggest you speak with Stramul. He climbs like a langur. Might know some other way up, if not the gentlest. But can't we just fly though? I mean... There aren't any winds here or anything that would keep us, correct? I guess we would still have to land somewhere. How to reach the top of Katka? After what has happened, it should be the last place anyone sane would want to be. But yes, I am familiar with another route that should still be possible. I was once afraid of heights, you see, and used it to build up my courage. Though I cannot say I have the courage to brave it under these conditions. I'll take you to where the route starts, but no further, alright? Sure.
Hello, can you hear me? We were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it.
Wait, and the Void Gate too?
This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void.
You sure about that?
Kanyatso and Ashdaya's eye were a diversion.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here.
Okay, so if... Yeah, that does actually make sense. If the entire thing is destroyed, that's something they probably wouldn't have been able to accomplish by just, I don't know, coming out of the Void Gate. First of all, they would have had to be able to get through the Void Gate, which means they would have had to find a means to find it, open it, get it through the alchemical stuff, right? The thing that contained it. And then the other way around, they also would have had to establish a means to completely destroy it so that we wouldn't be able to get through it anymore, correct?
I guess that would have meant some time to prepare.
To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
Though once again, I find it incredibly curious that by doing so, they, you know, this being that we're, I guess, about to fight, kind of, you know, risks being annihilated and die.
Such an exquisite sight. A canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once.
What voice is that? That's Thancred, isn't it? Maybe? One of Golbus's champions, I presume.
I am Rubicante, the archfiend of fire. A monster in flesh, yet in spirit I remain a man, a prisoner of the past. Such tears I wept when darkness consumed the world, until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation. Thus do I walk proudly at his side, to see his dream fulfilled. Your heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon. But I cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse. I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
Okay. Mount or ordeals? I like the way this looks. It's a pretty cool sort of area here. I can't get over the feeling that we're kind of working towards the same goal here. The way that we're talking about it, right? It almost seems to me... Okay, so if Ishtola is in fact right, and they tried to close the Void Gates so that we can't get to them, not the other way around, in order to not be able to interfere with whatever they're planning. Well, that would be certainly very, very interesting, but I also feel like since, for example, Kanyatso, they kind of sacrificed him on purpose, it seemed, right? And he seemed to like the fact, or at least, you know, embrace the fact that he probably died. Which makes me think that, you know, they can't really lose here because, you know, if he wins, well, he wins, right? And he kept us from interfering with their plans. But if he loses, he'll just probably die, which I guess in their mind is a welcome end. considering everything that they've been through in the void, right? And then, but here's the thing though, I feel like that at this point, the reason why they're trying to dissuade us from interfering seems to be because they want to utilize Ashdaya for their own means, right? And they probably fear that, well, you know, it, and they're warranted in that they fear that will prevent them from doing whatever they want to do because we want to rescue Ashdaya. But at the same time, I don't think that they necessarily know nor recognize or suspect that in the long run, after we found Ashdaya, we would also be inclined to, you know, help the Void be restored back to its former, you know, proper, well, being. Wait, is that how you say it? I don't know. I just can't shake the feeling they're kind of working towards the same goal, just that they don't realize that we're doing that as well. Unless whatever their salvation entails is, but I mean, salvation for their world. Wouldn't that literally be what we want to accomplish as well? I feel like they are just working on sort of old, or rather, you know, limited information compared to us. Once again, I can just reiterate that I have no clue what this leads towards, because are we going to just work together with Golbus in the end? But then what was the point of fighting all these guys, except for just having somebody to fight, I guess? But I don't think that's what they're doing here either, so... yeah, sorry, but I no idea what this means. Well, anyways, let me repair my gear. What's my current, because this has spell speed on it, right? 686 spell speed. What's my current GCD? 2.45. Ah, well, it's, I guess, slightly quicker than what I would want it to be, but not bad either. All right, let's get this party started then. Mound ordeals. Though seemingly impossible, Vitra senses the presence of Ashdaya in the source, prompting you to travel north to bitterly cold Garlemald. In the mountains, you do battle with Kenyaso, but though you prevail, your victory proves hollow. The Archfiend of Fire, Rubicante, seizes on your absence from Ratzatan. Seizes? Okay. That's a way to use that. And moves to destroy the Void Gate in Alzaval's legacy. When confronted at the base of Khadgar, he issues you a challenge, and thus do you make for the summit to extinguish the flame of the Void Sense ambition. Well, I was definitely wrong in one way, which is that I did not think we would just be fighting the fourth of the Archfiends in the 6.3 trial. I thought they would like throw a curveball and do something else here, but... well, since I have absolutely no clue what the heck we're even gonna be doing in the future, or where the story leads, I don't know. I also just absolutely love how it's just, you know, simply a fact in canon now that we could summon in people to help us via Zem's, you know, crystal. Autarch of Flame.
You stayed the course, as I knew you would. As too will I. Come!
Cool arena, buddy. What even is that in the background? Are we still on top of the mountain? Why is there like a castle and everything here?
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
Ah, that's probably the right way. I'm the only caster, so no...
The glory of fire.
no Adel to be overwritten. Ooh, what the fuck? That looks awesome!
Flames to lick at your heels.
What does it even mean? Wait. The deal of purgation? Oh. Wait, they're like... What do we... What? Ah, okay. Interesting. Oh. And it also moves? Okay. So that thing is gonna go off next then. But we will also be moved? Do I have that right? How do we know in which direction we get moved? Wait, no, this time... Okay. Didn't entirely understand how that works, but... Because I feel like... It can move you, however, it didn't really do that for whatever reason. Huh. Feels like the mechanic's more intricate than what I saw there. Arch Inferno, alright. Ah, this is pretty reminiscent of the Storm's Crown trial, right? I feel like this is gonna get a bit more hectic in the extreme version. I like that the party stayed together. I feel like a couple of these people already know what's up here. Alright. This is such a cool animation. Holy fuck. They're doing so much with the background of the arena these days. Look at this. Okay, so the inner pattern is going to move to the right. And that thing's gonna be going off. Oh, now I get it. Oh, okay. I got lucky there. So he moves the... That's the thing that moves. Not... We aren't moving. The thing that's moving is the pattern in between. Okay, so that thing's gonna go off? I think I'm correct in assuming that. That is such a cool mechanic. What the hell? Oh wait, this move? Oh, this got activated? Okay, I saw that entirely wrong. Well, at least I know what's up. I know how it works in theory, even though I didn't see the correct, you know, thing. Oh, what is that? Oh, do we have to kill them, like, quickly or something? Or are we not allowed to kill them?
All will burn.
Or maybe if we hadn't killed them, they would have...
Allow me to show you.
Holy shit, this looks cool! I guess if we hadn't killed them, we would have somehow, suffered flames or something. Don't know what the debuff meant.
Will it be enough?